I am muted. I muted myself at the very beginning of the stream. Way to go, Rob. Incredible work. Wow. I think that's a first. Hey, chat. How you doing? Hey, folks. How we all doing? Happy almost St. Patrick's Day. We've got some festive, glitter spectacles going on behind. And, just having a little bit of fun on the 15th day of March. I cannot believe it is March. Wherever you guys are and where you're tuning in from, I don't know if you've had the same, allergies. Allergies was never really a thing for me, ever, until about 5 years ago. And around that time, allergies started to become a thing. And today, I woke up feeling like there was a brick, like just laying on my head. Oh my gosh, DC is wild. So, yeah, environmental allergies. Where was this? Yes, chat's flying. Trying to catch it. I missed it. Environmental allergies. Yeah, the Virginia/DMV area is notorious for having some really, really, really bad allergies. Just period. What people don't realize is a lot of allergy that you feel is either A, grass, or B, trees. And in Virginia, we have both. So, it's terrible. Oh, it's so awful. Lindsay, you caught the curtain change. Yeah, I went with a black backdrop. So, just trying some new things, before a lot of changes upcoming changes, all kinds of stuff. So, how are you guys doing? How was your week? How was your week? We lost an hour of sleep. Those of us who celebrate/lament daylight savings time. So that was lovely, because adjusting, it's always cool. So let's see. I don't know. Gifted memberships show a different way now. That's really cool. That's awesome to see. Beware the Ides of March. Well, the Ides of March, we're screaming today. It's interesting. Lady Drake, I've been doubling on my allergy meds since moving to Georgia almost 20 years ago. Yeah, I've never needed allergy meds like until now. Like where today I was just a mess. And if I pause and take myself off stream at any point in time today, it's because I am just evacuating gunk that ends up in your sinuses that just is not welcome, is not wanted. But it is what it is. You do what you do. Lady Drake is one of the lovely mods for this channel. So I want to remind you guys immediately, please thank the mods, love the mods. They do a phenomenal job of keeping the chat on topic, in focus, and they do a good job of keeping the chat a good place to have fun and hang out. So thank the mods, love the mods. They're phenomenal. Prototopics, would you say you're all bricked up? I wouldn't really say that. By the way, a link was shared to somebody who has a link, who's not a lawyer, but instead a law muggle. They might join in because we've got some shenanigans to talk about. We have two topics this evening, just two topics this evening. Yes, I know that Fonnie Willis stuff was going off. I read part of the order. I didn't have a lot of time to read the order while I was at work, but I'm not going to comment on it. I covered some of it. There was a whole lot of shenanigans in that disqualification hearing. And a lot of statements made that were, inconsistent with factual evidence. And when things are inconsistent with the facts, and when an individual relays things as fact to a court, as an attorney, they have an obligation to relay that information accurately. And we'll talk about that in the Take Care of Maya stuff. So it's been a wild week. I do have something to share of a personal note, and I know that there's a person also behind stage who, hang on one second, friend behind stage. because there is one development that I wasn't able to share earlier this week that I wanted to. Let me just get, bear with me. We still haven't done the intro yet. No, we haven't. Hang on. Leo is a chaos. Leo is a terror. I'll talk about Leo when counsel is present, because I'm not going to speak about clientele when counsel's not present on the stream, because, you know, I don't do that. So let me see here.
Counsel's present.
Oh, counsel's present. As I'm looking at another part of my screen, you jump in and surprise me, but it's never an unwelcome surprise. How you feeling, Ian?
Pretty awful. How about yourself?
I'm feeling allergy awful, but not your version of awful. So I lament in what you've gone through this past week, and I hope
not a lot of fun
recovery. Yeah, Ian has a coof. He has a word. He's under the weather.
He's
under the weather.
We'll go with just sick.
He's
avoids
just
all the headaches.
We're going to avoid we're going to avoid the headaches. But what I wanted to share was that, and I don't even think I shared this with you yet, Ian, which is rare. Like usually, the group chat.
I've been asleep for like the past 72 hours mostly.
Well, that's true. So you probably wouldn't have seen it anyways. My family had the lovely opportunity of welcoming a newborn baby. Not my family, my brother. This is my brother. My brother's, count him, 6th child.
Sixth? Man.
6th child. So welcome to the world, Nicholas P.O.
They're going to start running out of names soon.
They kind of are. They're tapping into a lot of biblical names, and I think the Bible has a lot of names. They keep propagating. They're gonna run out.
They're gonna end up like stuck going like, we got to name this kid Jeroboam or something,
or some like long Nebuchadnezzar. Like you're gonna see some wildness. But no, Nicholas P.O. entered the world. And he is a happy, healthy young boy. So now the count is, on those who have ever wondered, Uncle Rob, the count is 6 children for my brother, 2 children for my sister. So 2 girls for my sister, 2 girls and 4 boys for my brother. So now the cousins are evenly matched for a side. I'm looking forward to the flag football games. And when I can bring mini mission 1 and 2, we're adding a boy and a girl. So we're just going to be a little bit of crazy. And that house is going to be about as loud as it can possibly be. And I am all here for it.
I have good earplugs, so.
Yeah, it's a worthwhile investment. So, yep. 6 kids, which means that now they've got to change a vehicle. I think they're going to end up with like a bus at some point. Their friends have a bus. People are noting that would be 5 aside, so that's great for pickup basketball. Oh my gosh, it's going to be crazy. So we're going to have some fun with it. But we haven't rolled the intro yet, so let me do that, and then we'll get to our 2 topics for this evening. See you on the other side. Well, so it's another Friday. It's another week gone, and we are now in the middle of March. I still feel like it's 2 years ago. Time is just never going to ever make sense to me. But K-Rab comes up with the super chat. I'll trade you allergies. I'm sitting here with a case of allergic reaction to poison ivy. Oh my gosh. I have infection on 3 meds. If lucky, I'll only take them up. to heal.
Have
Last
I-
time took over 2 months. Oh my gosh.
Have I told you my fun poison ivy story?
Of course you have a fun poison ivy story. No, you have not. I would love to hear it.
So my dad and my brother and I were out hiking, and there's this one trail that is always overrun with poison ivy. Just overrun with it. So we're sitting there and we're gearing up to go through the poison ivy, which is basically we're going to put on trash bags. Like everything is going to be covered with trash bags. So trash bag for each leg, trash bag, with sort of holes cut in it, trash bags over your arms, just like you go through looking like a, looking miserable.
Stay Puft Marshmallow Man / person in the gym that's wearing that sweatsuit.
And then when you get to the other side, everything gets pulled off, thrown into another trash bag without touching any of the exterior surfaces because it's an oil, so it sticks to things. And then you have another set of trash bags for the next, like the way back. So we're about to go through this and we're getting ready. And these guys come walking through, and it's like this pair of couples of like college age people, and they are really, really condescending. They're in brand new hiking gear, they're in brand new whatever, and they're immediately like shit talking my dad about how
The
our
trash
stuff
bags?
is the trash bags, and like our stuff isn't all new and shiny and whatever else, because we've been we've been hiking with all of this stuff. It's been through mud puddles, it's been through whatever. So they're immediately like being absolutely shitty about this. And so I was like, huh. So my dad's like, well, the reason for the trash bags is that's all poison ivy that you just walked through. And you could just watch their face, because poison ivy takes several hours to kick in. So they'd gone through and they had come back, but they hadn't really felt it yet. And you could just watch their expressions as they started to realize that they have just, because you literally had to push through it. It's like chest high.
Was it a hot day?
Oh, absolutely.
So they're wiping their face and their brow and...
Oh, I hope that they just were smart enough to like drive off to a hospital or something and just go like, please help, pray for Mojo. Because, but yeah, it was quite funny watching their expressions change from like, we are the super whatever, and, to just like, oh shit. So that was fun.
Close side of that is back when I was in the Boy Scouts a long, long time ago. We were on a hike and someone, and this is in the Sierra Nevada mountains, and someone went off to the bathroom. In the bathroom, you're using leaves mostly.
Oh God, no.
Stinging nettles that have the broadleaf. They saw the soft looking leaf.
They're not that broad, but yeah.
The soft looking leaf that's like, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah. So anyways, on bad decisions being made while hiking, there's other bad decisions being made all the time. Let me see here. Where was this one? I would say Bop It. Pup snacks and nose boops to all. Well, Bop It, pup snacks and nose boops are great. They're phenomenal, especially when they're from really cute young pups. But my hat fell victim, and you're gonna say that I bit it or something like that. I left it unattended. Now, that's, to be fair, I left it unattended.
So what you're saying is that this is a plain case of entrapment.
I didn't entrap him.
I mean, it surely sounds like you did.
I was working upstairs, and it's all of a sudden it's quiet, and I knew better, like, because it was quiet.
I'm taking that I knew better as a
admission against my own interest.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we have the replacement hat tonight, which is Washington Nationals baseball team sports ball with the cherry blossoms, because cherry blossoms are in full peak bloom right now, and the Nats just beat the Mets, which happens to be Mischief's favorite baseball team. So Mischief, sorry. That's one for the good guys, -1 for the bad guys. Just because a student taught a class with Josiah and Jediah, that's going to be complicated. That's complicated is a lot. Mary Coppola, who's been a member for 12 months. As they get older, you will love a big family. I have 46 first cousins. My mother was one of 11. Wow. I already love a big family. Thanksgiving is my favorite holiday because it's everyone under one roof. That's my favorite thing in the world. Dad was one of 10 from SF. All started with J. 10th was J. Hey, yeah, they ran out. When you go like Joseph, Jonathan, James, you just
Don't name them on a theme.
I don't know. I'm not going to begrudge anyone on the naming of their children.
I will.
Baby steps. I guess I became a member about the time the new baby came.
Kids got to live with the name.
Kid does have live with the name. They really do.
So it's like you might think it's it's a fun little whatever. The kid, on the other hand, is like, screw you.
Yeah. K-Rab jumping back in. Poison ivy doesn't spread, but it can become me systemic, and some people like me so can continue to pop up over the days and days. Yeah, it's poison ivy is no joke. People that say, "Oh, I just got poison ivy," it's not that bad. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Well, and
Becky,
the thing is that it tends to get worse each time you have it.
Becky, yesterday was 5 years since my dad died from cancer. F cancer, the horse she rode in on. Cheers to your dad. May he be enjoying every single element that the afterlife and the hereafter gives us, including if he enjoyed it, golf. If he didn't enjoy it, hopefully he took it up. My prayers for your family's healing as you continue to go through this. It doesn't get easier.
Golf in the afterlife, but for most people, it's if you've been bad.
Oh. Yeah. Fat Young, it's gonna be a wild ride tonight. We have 2 topics. 2. I did 2 that I promised to cover that I need to cover.
And he's gonna get through 1.5.
Don't say that. Megan, hi from Australia, knitting whilst watching the day. Happy knitting.
And that's only because I'm sick. If I was well, he'd only get through 1.
Washington State was beautiful today with a Jack and Coke. Love the Jack and Coke combo. Phenomenal idea. Deanna Miller, Janowski, oak pollen right now is horrible in Florida. It's wrecking me right now in Virginia. Susan Feria still celebrating my big 4-0, 310 with some Vouv. Ooh, nice choice. Last year got my poopsie. How are you traumatizing me tonight? Sam Bankman-Fried. That's how we're going to do it. So cheers to you. Happy birthday, Susan Feria, the maker. Susan Feria is the maker of such things as the Tiggle Wiggle, Tickle Pickle, and, well, he's hanging blue balls. So that is that wild 40-year-old who's celebrating life and enjoying it. Rain Michaelis, I butchered that. First oral argument competition next week. Can't tell you how much your breakdowns help with insight as a law student. Relax. You're going to do great. Study the material and don't read from a note sheet. Have it in front of you if you need it. Don't read from the note sheet.
Ooh! I got to show you something for that. There's a thing I got to show you. Let me see if I can pull it up real quick, because I'm going to find it on Twitter, but it is absolutely it just really says why you should not read things from a note sheet.
I've got my own story on that one. I had counsel when I was doing closing arguments in a case where counsel was like 10 to 15 years my senior. And I had argued the case and done the case great. All the evidence that I wanted blocked got blocked properly. All the evidence they wanted improperly got blocked. My evidence came in, and we're arguing in closing, and her closing argument was scripted. And she gets halfway through her script and she starts reading a recitation of what the facts were shown. And the recitation was from a witness that I had blocked entirely.
I've had that.
So I was like, I don't think that she intentionally misled the court, but that evidence wasn't presented. She and I spar from time to time. I have fun with that. Okay, you found it?
I found it. It's in the private chat.
Private chat. Let me see. What is this? Is this going to be... Oh, this is fair game. This is public hearing.
This is a public hearing.
Oh, let me see if I can't embiggen, a word that Ian taught me. And then make sure my audio is right. Find the screen. So this you are reminding the chat is a lesson of why you don't read from
a page.
What is so for those that are curious, give us some context.
So this is over the ArriveCan scandal, which is basically that it cost what was it, $60 billion to get an app for Canada. It turned out that
I'm not Canadian. What's the app?
The app is like when you come back to Canada, you have to, or you had to initially, but now it's just optional. But you can put in your passport information and then like skip one line.
Okay, so he is advocating for or against?
Mr. Garnet Genuous, who is a terrible human being, just by the way. I mostly support his party, but he is awful. But he is grilling one of the ArriveCan app people, basically saying, "Hey, this is a giant scam," and the guy is, well, you'll watch, you'll see.
So this is body politics. So either a congressman or someone that we would equivalent questioning a witness and trying to get their points across because this is politics.
Basically, just trying to explore, like, hey, is this a scam? So,
yep, got it.
Suspicion.
Can you hear it?
I can, but it's a little quiet.
Let me see if I can't boost the audio. Give me 1 second. Boosty boost. Let's see. That should help.
Involving evasion.
Is that better?
A little bit.
Okay, we're gonna play it and see how it goes.
Suspicion involving events that you claim you don't have any knowledge about. With that in mind, are you committed to standing by Mr. Firth and believing everything he tells you, regardless of what this investigation reveals?
I've known Christian Firth since 2007. We've been business partners since 2015. He's honest, trustworthy, hardworking man and a parent. I have no doubt that he's done nothing wrong. I'm confident all independent investigation will establish that.
Were you reading what you just said, sir, or were you speaking from the heart?
Speaking from the heart.
Sir, I don't even know what to say. This is so ridiculous, sir. Like, is it not obviously ridiculous to you? You've come before this committee. You've been summoned here. You would have.
So now it's just him ranting. But did you see the reading?
I need to go back.
Okay, go back.
He's done nothing. Been a business partner since
he tells you, regardless of what this investigation reveals.
I've known Christian Firth since 2007.
Oh no.
Business partner since 2015. He's honest, trustworthy, hardworking man and a parent. I have no doubt that he's done nothing wrong.
No.
I'm confident all independent investigation will establish that.
Were you...
Oh my gosh.
So for the law student in the chat there, this is why you don't read your submissions off a page, because you look awful.
No, that really happened, didn't it? That's a real life thing.
And this is over like billions of dollars missing. These guys, apparently, if you work out their hourly rate for the amount of hours they put in for work, they were getting over $2,000 an hour. It's like, but yeah.
Yeah. Hang on. Ian is a great friend. He is honest, true, and never gives me any hard time. I enjoy all of the chaos that ensues as I try to remain focused on what I'm doing. Yes, Mr. Chairman. Do you have any more questions?
I mean, the other thing is you really have to, like, if you're going to be reading off the page, you have to have
Come
read it like
on.
repeatedly beforehand, so you're not stumbling through it at the time. But yeah, that was just exceptional. But
That's just
yeah, so
terrible.
mhm.
So going back to that chat, the member chat, don't read off a script.
Yes.
Practice a lot, and you know what? Trust your gut. Like good litigators don't read. They don't, and honestly, they know the case well enough, and they know the facts well enough. They know the law well enough. They don't get up there and read. I watched a Supreme Court case, and the parts where you struggled was when you were looking at your notes. The parts when you're ad-libbing is when you feel most free. And that's when you're most persuasive.
You just can't you can't do well if you're reading. It's not possible. So
recovery addict, that sounded heartfelt to me. I don't know. Jules coming back, but that was funny. Yeah. So you know what else? Oh, this is a great segue, Ian. Perfect segue. I don't know if you intended that to be the case.
I mean, always.
I'm going to say that you did, just to give.
If it works out well, it was always intentional.
It was just like when I show up late. Always, it's always intentional. It's never because I got new earbuds because my other ones were cutting out and I had to try and connect them. It's always intentional. But what is remarkably sincere is when an individual is offering a letter in support of someone else who's about to be sentenced. And especially when the person that's about to be sentenced is, perhaps someone who testified in their own defense. And please go on.
Are we talking about a certain Mr. Fraud?
Yes, exactly. Sam Bankman-Fried's sentencing. Sam Bankman-Fried was for the longest time, the darling of the crypto world, the crypto king, the person who was responsible for FTX and effective altruism. And just, you know what they say about wizards when how they show up?
I think they say they have stupid hats.
Do they?
Yeah, that's usually what they say about wizards.
Yeah.
And they also say that they're on mute.
They are on mute. They're always on mute.
To be fair, it's very loud here in the Bahamas where I'm spending time at the Bankman-Fried Resort.
Did you just adopt a New York Jewish accent? You did.
I'm from there. I didn't adopt nothing.
Everybody on the stream, welcome David from Prototopics. David is a good friend. David runs a channel on YouTube. He is not a lawyer. No. David is instead a law muggle. He is the law muggle king. So every now and then, I love having him on to chat about some of this crazy stuff. How you doing, David?
I'm doing good. I'm
sorry. Tony V, aka
Tony V. Yes.
I don't know if I can say this. When I say this word out loud, I will get somehow automatically in all my comments. There's going to be someone trying to sell something to somebody.
Well, that's okay because I have a PowerPoint presentation here. If you'd allow me to sell some of my coins.
We're going to go with a hell no on that one.
Well, here I'm gonna share it anyway.
Oh my God!
You can take a look at some of the coins that I have available for sale. I just went through a 3-day seminar. Okay, I thought it was a webinar.
Let me do this. Let me do this.
No. If you're going to sell us these, you also need to buy some of my irreproducible pictures of tulips, which cannot be copied except by copying them.
Wait,
will
let me
they-
get the disclosure out for the human that's going to review this when I get demonetized. 1,
That's right.
there is no financial advice ever given on this channel. 2, this is 100% satire. 3, Ian Runkle is playing the character of Ian Runkle, the Wild Canadian. Below is David from Prototopics playing the character of Tony V, who has
Tony
put
Vincenzo.
together Tony Vincenzo.
Tony Vincenzo. That's right.
Okay, let's see what you got. So this is satire.
Yes. I'd like to introduce you and the audience to the rug pull rocket coin, otherwise known as RPR. Okay. This is a good one. It's a very, very, very desirable coin. I highly recommend. Do you recommend?
What does rug pull mean again? I'm not familiar with this term.
We don't ask questions like that. Do you recommend?
I
I'm gonna take that
no,
as a yes.
I don't.
And we move right along here. I have the Doge father. Okay.
Oh,
It's
no.
not. It's not the Doge with the mustache. It's
No.
it is the Doge father, like the Godfather films. Those are very, very, very popular films. If
my
you get this
gosh.
one now, you'll also get, especially because of today, it is a very special day. I have Caesar coin available for the Ides of March, and unlike Caesar, we will not stab you in the back and pull the rug out from underneath you. Okay, this is also very, very desirable. Okay. Now, I do have one more thing here. Now, if you are to get all 3 of these coins, you will also receive a autographed copy of Crypto Scams for the Busy Body, signed by me, Tony V. Vincenzo. Rug pulling has never been easier.
The picture. When did you take this photo? When? I need to know
About
now.
20 minutes ago. I can't keep it up. I think this is too funny. But if you're not sold already,
available, is it available on Amazon?
it's well, we got kicked off of Amazon. Apparently, they don't
I
like
don't know why.
they don't like the crypto scams. But it's available for Shiba Inu coin. But if this wasn't enough for you, we do have one other special coin. It's called the Elf Wizard.
Hey, now this infringes my likeness rights.
Well, actually, it's black and white, and you're not black and white, so it's not really.
No.
I don't
close.
legalese is very difficult for me.
Have you
okay?
seen me in the sun, sir? I'm pretty close.
I don't understand legalese. Okay. So that's just some
You
things
missed the
that I
watermark.
learned.
You should have watermarked these things so that people can't steal them.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's
You know, you
Would
live. You
somebody
learn.
really right click and steal an NFT?
There are people taking screen grabs of this right now. I guarantee it.
please do it, and be sure to tag Crypto Scrams on the Twitters, and also subscribe to my YouTube channel, cryptoscrams.com. Okay, where we're constantly talking about how to take advantage of your friends and get their money.
Uh-huh.
That is all for my presentation. Now let's continue.
That was phenomenal. You're not taking questions, right? Because that would just open you up to criminal prosecution.
I would be let me be honest with you right now. I probably could not answer any questions correctly.
Gotcha. So if I were to buy that, do I get that in like a PNG format or a JPEG?
Have you heard of a floppy disk?
You know what? I oddly enough have. What about a zip drive?
No, zip drives are too expensive. We only sell them on floppy disks.
Is this the 6-inch version or the 3.5-inch?
Whoa, hey, settle down there.
You can't ask a guy that.
Hey, look,
Oh.
I thought this was Friday Night Frenzy, not Late Night
Oh,
Law. That's a
God.
different character I gotta get ready.
Okay. All right. Okay. So on the topic of individuals seeking sympathy, Sam Bankman-Fried is perhaps worse than Tony V. I'm just gonna say, because Sam Bankman-Fried decided he was going to testify at his own hearing, his own trial.
And we're glad he did,
We are.
because it was hilarious.
Oh, And this is a shame on federal courts for not broadcasting what's going on in there, because I would have paid so much good money to watch that in person.
Whereas Tony V would have paid so much bad money.
And maybe
no, Tony V would have paid your money.
That's right. That's right. You spend other people's money. That's like numero uno, rule 1 for doing crypto.
Yep. And Sam Bankman-Fried did that very, very well. So Sam Bankman-Fried gets arrested in the Bahamas after playing a game after FTX collapses in, what was it, 2022? Yeah. Hell, November 2022. November 9th, 2022 is when he posts that infamous tweet. Everything is fine. Everything is fine. Don't worry. We're all solvent. Everyone chill out. We're good. Then FTX files Chapter 11, Chapter 11, and now chaos ensues, and everyone's going, "What's happening? Why is this going on?" Because it was a complete scam. He was using customer assets, moving it around from one entity to another, showing it on the books as a credit on both sides. He was using the customer assets to basically buy real estate in the Bahamas, buy a yacht, buy real estate all over, travel the world, and the entire time held himself off as being this advocate of effective altruism, which was essentially,
and of being the ethical, this, here is crypto you can trust.
Paid money to everybody from Tom Brady to what is it? Mr. Wonderful from the Shark Tank. All these celebrities had FTX's name put on the side of stadiums, had FTX do the halftime show. I mean, he was everywhere. And then FTX,
I will say, though, he is probably as honest as every other crypto bro out there.
And politician whom he paid lots of money to.
The politicians will put a step below that.
I don't know.
It's not fair to tar the crypto bros with the politician label.
That's fair. So Mr. Bankman-Fried's sentencing is coming up, I believe, on the 27th. March 28th is the sentencing date. So before sentencing in a federal trial, the judge orders what's called pre-sentencing reports, and the parties can submit memorandums to argue for mitigating factors or circumstances, or to argue for enhancements. So we're trying to give the judge an understanding of what, within the guidelines that the court can interpret, should be the appropriate sentence given the gravity of the offense, the nature of the offender, who the offender is, what the offender did in the course of the offense, whether they evaded, how they conducted themselves throughout. As I start to list these factors, you can kind of see Mr. Bankman-Fried is going to, well, it's not looking good.
I mean, it's looking hilarious.
Oh, that's the point. He files a sentencing memorandum. Now, this document itself is 98 pages. No way in hell are we hitting 98 pages, but I did want to give you an understanding of what it was that, we always argue about when we file these things. We're filing these pre-sentencing memos, arguing different points of contentions. Now, interestingly enough, you will see that there's a new set of attorneys here. For those of you who were following that trial, Mark Cohen was the lead counsel in Sam Bankman-Fried's defense. Why is there a new set of attorneys? Because Sam Bankman-Fried, come on, baby, load. Because Sam Bankman-Fried fired his original attorneys. After trial, I don't know if it was fired or they withdrew. There was a fracas, and they basically said, "Nah, we out." And Bankman-Fried was like, "See you later, peace out." So, upon consideration, most withdrawals hereby ordered.
Turns out he was paying them in monkey pictures.
Christian Everdale, Scale Dick. That is a name right there. I walked right into that.
The funny thing is, usually that's done with like a super chat, not a court filing.
No, that is that's a 2-scale dick. That's an S-scale dick.
It's S-scale Richard to you.
S-scale Richard. Well, I'm not going to finish that sentence. there's the comments of to scale. I gonna continue on. David Listener, I am gonna butcher that name, so I'm not gonna try. Sharon Barber, Alexandra K. Thibault, and Andrew Dean. So that's a hell of a lot of attorneys on the defense team, and they all withdrew, which they lost the trial. And it's not uncommon for people to pick different attorneys when they go from judgment phase to sentencing phase.
Yeah, but it's usually a
Usually-
bad idea. I mean, usually what that means is I'm unhappy that we lost, so I'm going to bring somebody onto the file who is now,
Well,
who's now new to it.
let me push back on that. Here's the thing. Here's where it becomes a thing that's actually kind of important. If the jury is in charge of sentencing, the jury just heard defense counsel basically tell them they didn't do it. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. The jury has come back and said, I don't believe a word coming out of your mouth. You're full of shit. Therefore, I am finding guilty. If that same person says, hey, and I want to talk about the Take Care of Maya case, Ben Shapiro, when he was arguing like we did phenomenal care, we did great care, and then he gets up and argues in defense of the punitive damages, and you're going, no, don't do this, because he's going, we stand by our care, but you disagreed, and we still stand by our care, but I know you disagreed, and I hear your words.
I mean, if you've got a better lawyer than he was being, they can manage that. And I mean, if he had come in and been in a position to actually say, like, we hear you, we understand, and if they'd actually believed that from him, then that might have been a lot more powerful. But what you often see in criminal defense cases is like somebody runs the trial, and I've been the lawyer on both sides of this. I've been the lawyer who ran the trial and then gets fired because they don't like that you lost the trial. And usually it's because the evidence was there, but and I've been the lawyer who is the lawyer who comes in afterwards. And the thing is if you didn't argue the trial, you actually have to figure out what happened in the trial, because you have to argue the facts. Which means you're going through this and you're listening to all the you're looking at reading all the transcripts and going, what happened? Because it's really easy to get the facts wrong. And if you get the facts wrong, then that doesn't do anything useful. You get hammered on that. So I think it's usually a mistake, but unless your lawyer actually positively screwed up.
So new counsel comes in, and when I tell you that these sentencing arguments are complex, especially in white collar crime, holy crap. Look at this table of contents. Preliminary statement, procedural history, the offense conduct, the advisory guideline analysis. And you have A through I on all the guidelines, and we're at page 28. Factors under USC 18, section 3553. Yeah.
I want to see page 55.
55, Sam's remorse. We'll go there.
And page 50.
We're
sorry.
We're going to go through pages. This is the part where it's like, really?
Ooh. I really want to see page 60.
I mean, really? Really? Sam has all.
Yeah.
For those of you who are watching, or not watching, but just listening, Ian is shouting out. I'm going to read you the headings, because just hang on. Give me a second. I'm going to read you the headings. So, factors for consideration under 18 USC section 3553A. These are the factors. Oh, God. Sam Bankman-Fried's personal history and characteristics. Tab 1, his early life. Tab 2, college. Tab 3, Wall Street. Tab 4, Alameda Research. 5, FTX. 6, Sam's philosophy and philanthropy with other people's money. 7, Sam is not motivated by greed. Just okay, going on.
Who came up with these titles?
I don't
Can
know.
they write comedy films?
I don't know. They would do better than Disney does.
Yeah, that's no joke. He's not motivated by greed, guys.
Like massive. You know what it is? The clip that we played earlier, the guy looking off the screen, he's not motivated by greed. Not motivated by greed. 8, Sam's caring for individuals. 9, his work ethic. The person who plays games during interviews. 10, his remorse. Oh, I want to hear about his remorse.
I can't
11,
wait.
his low-level culpability. Oh,
I think the section that's really going to be the most persuasive to me is like tab 62. Samuel Bankman-Fried is the real victim here.
It's coming.
it gets
it's got to
there.
be in there.
12, Sam's condition. This is what Ian wants to hear. Section or part B, 18 USC 355, subsection A2A. Tab 1, Sam is already being punished.
Yeah,
2,
he's
collateral consequences. Oh, baby. Okay. Well, let's get into it. Shall we start with any of the preliminary? I don't really want to. I want to go straight to the meat of this thing.
But is there anything fun in there?
There's nothing fun in the prelim because they talk about the law, the enhancements, the offense levels. I don't really. It's not that. What this is right now is all the factors are kind of known to all the lawyers. The factors are all the same. It's the defense is arguing that there are certain things about Sam's personality and his role in this offense that should serve to mitigate what the standard sentence would suggest, right? So, like for Tony V published a book titled Scrams, like how to scram your friends, basically. That would not be a positive mitigating factor. That would, in fact, be a negative mitigating. That would be negative. What this is basically saying, nah, Tony V's book helped people.
I mean, it did. It's all about the state of mind, you know?
Oh, my God. It's so terrible.
The mindset.
So let's fast forward to page 39. Oh, it's going to make me so mad. Oh, I already know this. Ew, they used the word fetish? What? Where is that context coming in?
Hey, he's being punished, right?
Oh my God, David, you fucking law mogul. Are you kidding me right now?
I mean, they did say there's a whole section in here about him being punished, okay?
Oh, we are.
Maybe that's where the
totally
money
adults.
went.
Oh,
My mother watching the show.
There's the train. There's the train. Ian's on it. There they go. Sam objects to the inclusion of the number of victims enhancement. Really? Oh, you mean the thousands upon thousands of people who invested? Relying on the Sixth Circuit decision in the United States v. Yeager, individuals who were fully reimbursed for their temporary financial losses are not victims under the guidelines. Please tell me how these people are going to be fully reimbursed.
Through the power of magic. The real reimbursement was the friends we made along the way.
You have a good story to tell now. That's, 100 bad days makes 100 good stories, right? It's that song.
Mind you, wasn't it was it Alberta or was it Ontario? Who were the teachers' pensions that were invested in FTX? To the tune of like 72 million.
I think Ontario.
Yeah. So, well, I mean, they're fully reimbursed per Sam. Sam acknowledges the Second Circuit's distinction of Yeager on the ground that Sixth Circuit qualified that, quote, there may be situations in which a person would be considered a victim under the guidelines, even though he or she is ultimately reimbursed. Relying on that language and the 11th Circuit's decision in EUS v. Lee, the Second Circuit held that reimbursed individuals may be considered victims so long as their time and effort spent to secure reimbursement was caused by defense conduct and could be measured in monetary terms. Neither the government nor probation has identified any evidence that would allow the court to make such calculation here to justify the PSR's enhancement based on the number of victims. You're going to see this reference a lot, probation, capital probation. That's the probation office. The probation office is tasked with preparing a summary and report. So they go out and gather evidence, and then parties are able to add submissions to that or refute. In short, the guidelines, oh my God, it really is. It's possessive. In short, the guidelines fetish with abstract arithmetic can result in a travesty of justice and in harm visited on human beings, if not cabined by common sense. That's a hell of a quote from Adelson, a circuit court case, and then Paris.
What are the years on that?
They didn't include the pin site. Hang on. Adelson was previously cited, so Adelson should be up here.
Because I'm just wondering, with the language like that, was this like from 1812 or?
Hang on, give me one.
Yeah,
give
those
me
are
one
choice
second.
words.
They really are. So we're going to remember page 39. Where's the summary of authorities? Adelson, US v. Adelson. You're supposed to cite them in order that you cite. Well, they did it alphabetically. 2006, Southern District, New York.
I was going to say 2006. That was my
Yeah.
guess.
And then you have, so 39, back down. And then that was Eastern District, New York, 2008. Sam's offense level determined under Section 2 and by reference B1.1 substantially overstates the seriousness of the offense. Wait a minute. Okay, a downward departure is warranted for the following reasons. First, the loss calculation standing alone substantially overstates the seriousness of the offense. Sam's offense level, which is off the chart. I don't think this sentence reads the way you want it to. Leads to a guideline sentence that amounts to a term that is more than 35% longer than the average American's expected lifespan, even with his unblemished past. I disagree with that. This is an absurd result and indeed the, quote, travesty of justice to which Adelson refers. It's difficult for a sentencing judge to place much stock in a guidelines range that does not provide realistic guidance. Second, the asserted 10 billion loss is illusory. Wow. These are some bold words. As noted above, on January 30th,
pull up the quote from Terry Pratchett on this one?
No, you need to, though.
Yeah, give me a second.
As noted above, the counsel for the Bankman estate announced the objective for repayment in full. That's the objective. That's the goal. That doesn't mean you're going to get there. The court should therefore discount this enhancement, which contributes heavily to the overstatement of the seriousness of the offense. I disagree. Third, the PSR piles on still further. Please tell me how wrong they are by recommending consecutive rather than concurrent sentences without explanation. Because you committed a lot of fucking fraud. Contrary to the statutory default to run concurrently, the PSR stacks the maximum statutory sentence for each of the counts of conviction to reach an absurd guideline sentence of 110 years. Oh,
I found the quote.
On. Read it.
All right. It's a little extensive, but I'll go. And just as a bit of background, the Moist character is a bit of a con artist, and the Golem has been sent basically to be his probation officer. So, says, "Do you understand what I'm saying?" shouted Moist. "You can't just go around killing people." "Why not? You do." The Golem lowered his arm. "What?" snapped Moist. "I do not. Who told you that?" "I worked it out. You've killed 2.338 people," said the Golem calmly. "I've never laid a finger on anyone in my life, Mr. Pump." That's the Golem. I may be all the things you know I am, which is, a con artist, basically. But I am not a killer. I've never so much as drawn a sword. No, you have not, but you've stolen, embezzled, defrauded, and swindled without discrimination, Mr. Lipvig. You've ruined businesses and destroyed jobs. When banks fail, it is seldom bankers who starve. Your actions have taken money from those who had little enough to begin with. In a myriad small ways, you've hastened the deaths of many. You do not know them. You do not see them bleed, but you snatched bread from their mouths and tore clothes from their backs. For sport, Mr. Lipvig, for sport, for the joy of the game. And that's from Terry Pratchett's Going Postal. It's one of my favorite books.
That's really good. I have that book. You sent it to me. I need to read that damn thing because that was...
You do. It's a really good book.
Solid. All right.
And yes, I was reading that. I can't quote that from memory.
Here, the guidelines effectively give Sam a nearly triple life sentence. I wanted people to do this math. How many lives was Sam Bankman-Fried allowed to live on the money of other people he stole from? How many experiences was he allowed to have? What was he allowed to partake in after depriving those individuals of all of the money that he took that they could not and now cannot ever achieve? Retirements that are no longer there. White collar crime needs to start matching in sentencing the consequences that actually derive from it. I hate these light sentences on this stuff. Oh, the silliness of the process is hard to miss, as the ultimate guidelines range is determined not by the nature of the conduct, but by how the prosecution decides to charge the case. Here, the conduct in the PSR is grouped, demonstrating overlapping conduct and victims, yet the calculation effectively treats the conduct as separate and distinct.
He's sorry, guys. He said he's sorry.
Yeah, I think the guidelines for all this sort of thing should be to treat it as if it was the same as, a theft or a robbery or, because I guarantee that if you stole this much from Walmart, if you somehow ran something to steal this much crap from the Walmart, they would absolutely be looking to sentence you.
Okay, so we were still reading law. So that was their argument on the law, because the page numbers were not lining up with the PDF. So here's the backstory. These are the factors. So the court, in determining a particular sentence to be imposed, shall consider 1, the nature and circumstances of the offense and the history and characteristics of the defendant. So we are now in factor 1, the nature and history of the offense and defense character. So as part of this analysis, a sentencing court must consider any and all information relating to the background, character, and conduct of the defendant in order to, quote, make an individualized assessment based on the facts presented. Permitting sentencing courts to consider the widest possible breadth of information about a defendant ensures that the punishment will suit not merely the offense, but the individual defendant. That's fair and not fair. I like that, and I hate that sometimes because this factor can be...
it's fair.
Yeah. Oh, baby. Strap in. Ready? All right.
We're never really going to be ready.
No, because the gaslighting we are about to read is going to be
gaslit.
Sam Bankman. What was that, David?
Gatekeep girl boss. Let's go.
Sam Bankman-Fried's personal history and characteristics. If ever a man is to receive credit for the good he has done in his immediate misconduct assessed in the context of his overall life hitherto, it should be at the moment of his sentencing, when his very future hangs in the balance. Adelson. They quote the hell out of that case. Sam is not the, quote, evil genius, end quote, depicted in the media or the greedy villain described at trial. He kind of did that himself. He's a 31-year-old son, brother, friend, humanitarian, and philanthropist. He's a brilliant, complex, and humane person. He does not do drugs, rarely drinks alcohol, and has never had any involvement with the criminal justice system before this case. They left out a lot of stuff in there. The letters submitted on his behalf illuminate his character, his good deeds, and his charitable works. We will get there. I promise you.
Oh, I'm already there in my head, though. Like
The letters?
I'm reading ahead.
Have you seen them yet?
Oh, I haven't, but I could guess.
Sam's early life. Oh, David, please save us.
Would you like me to continue reading it? Because I will do that. But also, I can't wait to see the letters because who are they from? Like his preschool principal? Like Sam Bankman was a great guy. Like,
Stanford?
I'm guessing it's the people who have personally profited from his bullshittery think that he is great.
yeah, that makes more sense. Tony V is in there.
And he probably is. Did Tony V write a letter?
No, Tony V can't write.
Yeah, I'm not sure he's.
He had
literate.
he had a ghostwriter for the book. There was a ghostwriter. Okay, all right. But yes,
Yes.
David, if you wouldn't mind, you can continue on reading. Give me 1 sec.
Sam was born on March 5th, 1992, and raised in Stanford, California. His parents, Alan Joseph Bankman and Barbara Fried, are esteemed professors at Stanford Law School. Joe is a leading scholar in the field of tax law. Barbara, who is now a professor of law, has focused on those areas where law, economics, and philosophy intersect. In addition to being a law professor, Joe is also a clinical psychologist. Sam has one brother, Gabe, who is 3 years his junior.
And who really didn't appreciate being mentioned in all of this. It's like, you leave my name out of your filthy mouth.
You don't bring me into this.
Well, if I was Gabe, I'd be like, nobody knows who I am, and I want it to stay that way.
No, Gabe was the eugenics. Gabe was eugenics. That was Gabe.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Gabe
then
was
definitely
the
keep him out of it.
Gabe was the eugenics guy who was like, we need to get.
Well, maybe that's why he only gets one sentence then here.
Wait.
Going, David.
You know what? I'm not even going to finish that thought. It's just like, what the hell?
Sam's early years in California were stable and comfortable. Sam was a quiet child, introverted and demanded and desired very little attention from the outside world. But he was paying close attention to others. He was shy.
He only
and often-
demanded billions of dollars.
He was shy and often struggled socially. That is not to say he had no friends, but they were few. The father of one of his childhood friends described Sam as a sweet and curious boy with a big smile, big brain, and a desire to do good and steal lots of money. Sam tried sports
That was not
such
part
as
of the
baseball.
But it is accurate.
Tried sports such as baseball and tennis, but spent much more time playing chess, board games, card games, and computer games with his friends, just like all criminals do. From an early age, Sam loved math and complicated games and wanted to talk about the world. Sam attended a voluntary Sunday math group at Stanford, where they would attend a lecture from a faculty member and then work through some math problems together. Hot nerd.
It's voluntary because you can't force people to do math against their will. It's
On a
considered
Sunday.
cool.
He also attended an early morning advanced math class at school. Sam would later attend summer math camps at colleges during his high school years. I mean, we get it. So he's a numbers guy. That's what we're seeing here. He's a numbers guy from early years. At math camp, the summer after his freshman year in high school, Sam was introduced to the Puzzle Hunt, a legendary day-long scavenger hunt at MIT, in which the clues are challenging brain teasers. The following year, he organized and ran his own puzzle hunt for Bay Area high school students to share with them the pleasure of the hunt. Okay.
Guys, this is real. This was filed.
This isn't helping. This is
No.
it's not helping. Sam worked for weeks to prepare writing clues, recruiting participants, and handled all the logistical arrangements. Okay, he could be in the Boy Scouts, but why does that
He's
come up?
in-
Is there a
he's
reason,
in
like as a
ninth-
layperson, is there a reason for this to help?
He's in 9th grade. He's in 9th grade. Why? I hate when they go back to this. Like, he was a good boy back when he was a toddler crawling around on the floor. He never got into the Cheerios unless I put it in front of him. Like,
Sometimes you just want to like humanize the person.
I'm not getting that.
I'm not sure describing him as being a math whiz when it's such a big, like,
Math scheme.
it's a complicated math scheme.
Yeah. And the thing is, here's one of my big problems, which is what David kind of just highlighted. The math never worked. Like, if he's the math whiz, then this just goes to more and more culpability. Like,
I mean, it worked just fine. You're just solving for the wrong thing.
your X is not on this side of the equal sign; it's on the other side.
Look, long division is really hard, and somebody forgot to carry the 2.
It's just
Well,
we're solving for Sam Bankman-Fried getting rich, not for
David. He carried the 2 exactly how he's wanted to. 2 for me, none for you. 2 for me, none for you.
That's how I do my Christmas shopping.
That's how I do like the adding wine to food.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's fair. Go. Yeah.
One of Sam's neighbors, Stephen Boyd, a professor in the School of Engineering at Stanford, got to know Sam in high school because of Sam's interest in math. The two met several times while Sam was in high school to chat about math. Professor Boyd found himself...
Why is that in air quotes? Why is that in quotes?
I don't know. He's a math guy, okay? SBF is the math guy.
Okay.
He found himself having a more sophisticated conversation with Sam than he does typically with advanced PhD students. One thing in particular that struck Professor Boyd about Sam was that Sam's interest in math was not just intellectual, but purpose-driven.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
He
Keep
wanted
going.
to see it.
It gets so much better.
What he wanted most to know was, how could one use math to do good? Guys, he was just corrupted. He was just a good boy and was corrupted by...
I need your best. You need to read the sentence beforehand. Then I need your best choice of dramatic language or dramatic voice to choose for this next sentence.
Sam was not a typical teenager that concerned himself with pop music, clothes, or popular culture. Rather, unlike most American children, Sam enjoyed being around adult academics and particularly enjoyed conversations about ideas and applications of numbers and logic.
This is not helping.
Let's see.
It was
Sam
not.
was
it
not a typical teenager that concerned himself with pop music, clothes, or popular culture.
or blue cheese.
I feel like that's the best. That's
Or
the
blue
best
cheese.
voice for this because it's all bullshit.
it is. It's
Like, that is
it's-
the best voice for this.
It's hearty bullshit.
It's all bullshit. It was in high school that Sam began to suffer from fairly severe insomnia, which continues to this day. Yeah.
I mean, me too, but you don't see me like engage. I mean, maybe I missed my calling. I can't sleep most of the time. I should have become a master criminal.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
I don't think that would
secretly an
fit.
international art thief, so it's doable.
I mean,
You know, I wonder how he's doing on the prison beds. Are those bringing him joy?
Well, we know that he submitted a lot of angry reports about not getting the vegan diet.
Heaven forbid. During the years he was building Alameda Research and FT Extreme, he tried to make use of it rather than toss and turn in bed all night, only to get 3 hours of sleep. Oh, poor baby. Sam placed a beanbag beside his desk so that he could simply take naps to get the same 3 hours of sleep. Why is this in here?
Is this
Human
helping
eyes.
at all?
No, humanize. It's just
Like it's you got an Elon Musk with the similar story, but he's not stealing money per se. I mean, we
That we
don't
know
but
of.
that we know
know
of,
of,
right?
yeah.
But like I guess is that this?
He's not getting caught.
He's not getting.
it's
Well, yeah.
it's to make this person a sympathetic view. And this is where I knew this was. You guys, I didn't cover this in the past 2 weeks because this report, like this sentencing submission, deserved like an actual walkthrough. This is what they think is the appropriate argument to seek a reduction downward in his sentencing. Talk about like missing the mark. It was
With a
also
case
in high
that's
school
so
that's
big. Oh, sorry.
mean,
But, I mean, with a case so big, is this like how often does a strategy like this work? Because there's got to be. I mean, they're paying big money, right?
That's what I mean. In white collar crime, historically, shit like this works.
Interesting.
I mean, really, what you're doing is you're saying, ladies and gentlemen of the court, my client is not, some inner city youth who grew up underprivileged. He's
Ian
like
said
you.
Ian said it, not me. Ian said it, not me. But it's true. That's the
Is
quiet
it
part
really
out loud.
fair that somebody who, from wealth and privilege, somebody like you or your children could go to jail? No, that's for the poors.
That is, and I hate to say it that cynically, but that's what this is. That's what all of these pre-sentencing reports are. It's like this person had all of these lovely opportunities and look at all they did and all the wonderful things they did. They were in a house by themselves. They had the luxury of video games. They could have the luxury of sleeping for 3 hours. They had a beanbag that their parents bought them, sleep next to the computer that played the video games that they needed or wanted. They never went hungry. They never wanted for anything. They always had everything they ever needed. By the way, on the campus of Stanford University growing up. Like, I hate these sentencings because they always just, anyone who's ever handled either a family law case, criminal case, or anything else, families are ugly, especially the ones that end up in court. And
a lot of this should be
complex histories.
A lot of this should be things that make it worse. Like, this guy had no reason or need to resort to crime. Like, he's not the guy who's like, this guy is stealing to feed his family or whatever else. This is the guy who is, he's just like, I'm stealing because I can, because the opportunity landed and I don't have the moral fiber to do it, notwithstanding the fact that my parents are okay. I was going to say that my parents are law profs, but they're Stanford law profs. So
and this
we have to
Stanford, the law school who invited a sitting, not judge, circuit court, like federal circuit court judge, who was talking about the developments in the law in that circuit. And he was not allowed to speak. Stanford has had their face shoved in the mud in this, appropriately and deservedly so. So when they reference like Stanford professors are blah, 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 like, that doesn't mean what you think it means.
Yeah, I'm just like, mostly the thing on this is like, yeah, screw them.
Feels like a middle of a Lawyers and Dragons adventure, complete with narration and everything. Yeah, that's the point. Now, the only thing that's bothering me is that David still. Why do you have the sticker on your hat? Can I ask? Is that a thing?
I don't know if it's a thing or not, but I've heard that it is, so I kept the sticker. I'm conforming. Sorry.
Why don't I have a prototype? I need a Prototopics hat. I'm gonna go order.
I need them too. We got to get on the other guy about that. So
it's a thing with some of my clients.
He's the one that takes care of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily recommend my clients as people to emulate.
No, but the thing is, this
let
this
me take
narrative.
this off now.
No, this narrative is something that is so disconnected from reality that everyone else faces. It's like, how is this playing for you? It was also in high school that Sam realized he was anhedonic. I didn't know there's a phrase, or unable to experience joy or pleasure. Well, his behavior with the money that he took would suggest otherwise. He was at a summer camp that he was not enjoying, and to understand why he was not enjoying himself, he tried to contrast the situation with other times in his life when he had been unhappy. He had been happy. He realized there were none. Oh my God. If I read this out loud to
This sounds like the origin story for the world's most pathetic villain.
Yes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Lex Luthor if he was a cryboy.
Like, this is like something somebody might send to you for a superhero game, and you're like, try again. No. Like, this isn't like super, like, this doesn't justify villainy. This is just, you're a wanker.
And that's the freaking point. How does any of this?
Like, you know how there's some super villains where you're like, okay, I get it, right? Like, I don't agree with what you're doing, but I get where you come from. This is just like, no, you are a complete wanker sack of crap.
You know what? The more honest approach is, I saw the gold. The gold made me happy. I chased the gold because that was the only way I found happiness. You know what? I believe that.
But that's still not going to get you a lighter sentence, right? And the edgy lines like that isn't going to help either.
No, it's not. As Sam describes it, he experienced negative emotions in ways that are not very different from many other people, neither much more extreme nor much less negative. But he does not feel pleasure or happiness or joy, even when something very good happens to him. I think that
I have an experiment.
I
have an experiment we need to try.
Different.
It's, does he experience sadness when very bad things happen to him? We need to do this experiment and say it could be maybe 135 years worth of experiment.
110 was the PSR.
Yeah, we could just start a 110-year long experiment to see if he really experiences when bad things happen.
Yeah, if he doesn't feel pleasure or happiness or joy, can he experience remorse then?
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh yeah, I'm almost a lawyer, guys.
No, but that's a good point. If you're saying that he experiences nothing and he exists in this nothingness, then
does he experience guilt right there?
When he goes through this expression of how bad he feels and how he made other people like whole again, like can we take any of that sincerely based on this representation? That's a solid point.
Also, if he doesn't experience joy, how do we explain that hair? Because I assume that the only reason he had hair like that was that it made him laugh when he looked in the mirror. And
I just kept reading. Sorry. I missed it.
I was like, come on, Rob.
I completely missed it because I was reading the next part. And the next part made me mad again. In high school, Sam became, quote, became a magnet for classmates who were sad, depressed, living through a difficult parental divorce. He would occasionally ask his parents' advice on behalf of a troubled classmate, but for the most part kept his and their counsel and did what he could for them. Oh, this is so fucking disconnected from reality. I
don't think that needed to be in there at all.
It didn't, and it didn't help. College, part 2. Despite finding many of his classes boring in high school, Sam did extremely well. He was accepted at MIT. Please tell me how sad I should feel for this fucking kid.
Well, you're supposed to feel bad, or at least that's what it's supposed to invoke.
I'm just getting angrier and angrier. In college, Sam decided to move beyond the theoretical and began to take action. In his first area's focus,
he moved beyond the theoretical into actually stealing things.
Nope. He becomes something I hate more than criminals: vegans. Sorry, for those of you who are vegan, that's no disrespect. I just can't understand non-meat eaters. I don't. I can't understand it. I'm sorry.
Oh, have you
Although
seen
Sam-
the clip floating around of the vegan asking his neighbors to be notified when they decide to have a barbecue?
No.
No, it sounds rough.
I'm not disparaging vegans. I didn't mean that. I meant this vegan. Like, I eat meat. I cannot.
I gotta find this.
Although Sam had been an avowed carnivore all his life, his calculations led him to the conclusion that the pleasure he gained from eating meat was far outweighed by the suffering the animals endured on the way to his plate.
Well, that's not
So
true.
Sam decided to commit himself to eating a vegan diet. Kept true to that commitment for the past 10 years, even when circumstances made it extremely difficult to do so, such as during his incarceration in the Bahamas and the MDC. I told you. But yeah, he said he didn't feel pleasure. The chat is right on it. Wait, yeah, the chat's like saying, look, felt pleasure. So he can experience pleasure he gained from eating meat. So there's an inconsistency right there.
No. He can't experience pleasure unless something dies. That's what they want the court to understand. It's the only way he experiences pleasure is if there's something dead.
Committing to a vegan lifestyle wasn't enough for him. He engaged in various ultimately ineffective efforts to raise awareness about animal welfare issues. Frustrated, he talked with people who worked at animal welfare organizations and asked them what he personally could do that would help them save the most animals. Their answer, given Sam's background, was that the best he could do for them was to go to work on Wall Street and donate his earnings to them. I want to hear that fucking conversation because I call bullshit. Are you kidding me? Like when you're in college, like, what can I do to save the animals, dear sir? And the professor's like, here's what you do, son. You go to Wall Street. What? In what fucking world?
I mean, maybe they could have done a car wash, not go to Wall Street.
So Wall Street was for save the animals. That's what it was. Wall Street was to save the animals, not at all the money.
It's a slippery slope, guys. That's how it starts. You start off by saving the animals, and you end by stealing billions of
dollars and creating. Oh my God. Around the same time,
drug.
It's a gateway drug.
Gateway drug.
Saving the animals is a gateway drug. You heard it here first. Around the same time, Sam was introduced to a theory of philanthropy founded by the Princeton philosopher Peter Singer. Professor Paul Brest, an expert in philanthropy who teaches at Stanford, explains that, quote, one's philanthropy, and indeed one's life, should be devoted to doing as much good as possible. Okay. I don't disagree with the premise. Now I feel like I'm going to maybe not like the next sentence. I don't know yet. In practice, this translates into helping the world's poorest people and to addressing existential threats such as climate change. I feel like hunger shortages and poverty and housing individuals that don't have it. I get that people that are concerned about the climate stuff. I very much understand the concerns that they express, and they express them emphatically. It's a whole lot of people starving every single day.
I'm sure that Sam Bankman-Fried did his part on that by, like,
buying
issuing flights and that kind of thing.
You mean buying a yacht that just eats gas?
Yeah,
buying
like those kinds of things.
Massive condo, buying multiple properties for his parents, for him, that consumed a lot of energy, flying to and fro, private jet flights for him and his family. I'm sure. The big question for Sam was what he should do with his life to have the greatest positive practical impact. Well, you answered that one wrong. Soon after completing college, Sam realized that he could make the greatest difference through Dr. Singer's proposed,
Don't
quote,
worry, he got it
earning
wrong on
to
purpose.
give strategy by earning a great deal of money and giving it to these causes. Bro, you did not earn a great deal of money and give it to causes. You took it from people and gave it to the shit that you thought was important. That's a different thing.
You stole money.
I don't know about you guys, but I got bingo. Depression, anxiety, climate change, vegetarian, and Wall Street.
Vegan.
Oh, vegan. Sorry.
And Wall Street.
I didn't get bingo.
We just got to keep on going. You're going to get there because I'm pretty sure we're going to hear something else that
Yeah, the buzzwords, the popular buzzwords.
So he goes to the trading floor, joins the firm full-time as a trader in 2014. Exciting job. Oh, so he feels excitement and fun. Oh my God, I'm gonna vomit. I don't like this. I'm gonna just fast forward to Alameda Research. No, we're gonna go to the part that I really want to get to. In 2019, so FTX. In 2019, frustrated by the limitations of current cryptocurrency exchanges, Sam and a few other Alameda employees started FTX. At the beginning, they were forced to divide their time between both Alameda and FTX, but ultimately shifted most of their time over to FTX. FTX was first formed when Sam and the others were living and working in Hong Kong. Sam and FTX moved to the Bahamas in 2021, in part because the Bahamas had one of the most developed regulatory structures for cryptocurrency exchanges. They also liked money. They did. There's a lot of conversations that are uncomfortable between the Bahamian authorities and Sam Bankman-Fried. FTX was founded on the thought that cross-margining,
Cross-margining.
So we're taking margins, crossing those margins across other margins. You see risk? Anyone else see risk? No? Stablecoin to US dollar fungibility and norms from traditional finance could help make the cryptocurrency derivatives exchange more efficient or more massively risky. FTX's innovations quickly became industry norms. Well, that's a problem. And FTX grew to one of the top 5 exchanges globally over its first few years. You can do that when you inflate your earnings by saying that you don't have liabilities that should be there. In 2021, FTX would generate roughly $1 billion in revenue. Did it? 6, Sam's philosophy and philanthropy. As early as middle school, Sam began to think more systematically and globally about ethical obligations. Holy shit. If you ever had a conversation with a middle schooler about their ethical and global obligations and thoughts, buckle up, Buttercup.
Some of them can't tie their shoes.
David, I need David, come in and save me. I'm losing my brain right now.
I just love his whole thing about he's such a moral philosopher. It's like you're a moral philosopher who never reached the point of don't steal shit.
Well, he apparently in middle school he had it down. So,
go on, please tell us.
When he was 12, his mother, who herself has written extensively on issues of moral philosophy, learned that Sam, quote, was working his way through the vast literature on utilitarianism, a strain of moral philosophy that argues that each of us has a strong ethical obligation to live so that as to alleviate the suffering of those less fortunate than ourselves.
Fucking hypocrite.
12? When he was 12?
Utilitarian. Well, this is also misstating utilitarianism. Utilitarianism, like, you don't consume more than you need to. You give to the main. You give to the utility of the whole. This is the person who bought a fucking yacht. Who bought $100 million? No.
He bought that yacht because the pleasure it got him, which he's unable to experience, was
equally
greater than the pain it caused all the people that he stole things from, because that's how
greater than eating that
utilitarianism works,
cheeseburger.
right?
And it was the
Yeah.
more effective means of delivering the greatest benefit to society. So his yacht was a more effective and efficient means. Him obtaining that was a more effective and efficient means for him to deliver to society the greater good. Are you fucking kidding me?
At 12. At 12, though.
At 12. At 12.
At 12. Yeah.
Yep.
To be fair, at 12, my moral philosophy was mostly arranged around what was good for me too. So
I enjoyed candy, sweets, and honestly cheese and meat. Yeah, all the good things.
Oh, you weren't focused on vast
utilitarianism.
Utilitarianism.
No, my utilitarianism extent was there's a plate of like wonderful meats and cheeses, and the greatest utility was for me to eat a lot of them by myself because I was 12 and a little shit as a 12-year-old.
So really,
How uncultured
charcuterie
of
was
you.
your primary objective as a 12-year-old.
Kind of, yeah. I don't disagree with that. That and running outside and playing with friends. Because
I kind of feel like charcuterie is my main objective as an adult. So
I was 12. Because I was 12.
I mean, what is best in life? To eat cured meats, along with. Now I'm hungry, you bastard.
To crush your enemies.
I'm sorry.
See them
I'm
driven
not
before
sorry.
you.
David, so the next sentence begins the premises of utilitarianism.
Obviously resonated strongly with what Sam had already come to believe on his own, but gave him a more systematic way to think about the problem and connected him to an online community of like-minded people, deeply engaged in the same intellectual and moral journey, end quote. Sam's brother says that he and Sam, he's back, have spent hundreds of hours talking about what activities or changes could make the world a better place. Sam has put his heart and time.
This is the same brother who made the comments about making the world a better place by giving money to the people that would be good. This is the eugenics brother.
That's not a good sentence, then.
No, it's not. It's a very bad sentence.
If you know the flavor text about it. Sam has put his heart and time and energy into his philanthropy, and I believe it has made the world a better place.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Sam does not just talk about making the world a better place. He takes action. This is the political campaign now.
He takes action to steal money.
And how do I
as
pronounce
much
his
money
name?
as possible.
Ross
as
Rangus
fast
U?
as possible.
Sure. Ross R.Y. Ross R.Y.
Ross R.Y., now a researcher and strategy consultant to companies developing new drugs and other medicines, has known Sam for nearly 10 years. They met when Sam was a new trader at Jane Street, and Mr. R.Y. was an intern. Mr. R.Y. writes, and do we want to read that? Or that's somewhere I had little. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be.
No, because the next sentence after that one makes it worse. Just read the next one.
Both Sam and Mr. R.Y. have been members of Giving What You Can, a community of effective givers who pledge to give at least 10% of their income to charity since 2016.
You see, they use this word income. I do not think it means what you think it means. Oh my God. Okay. All right. We're going to section 10. Section 10 is his remorse, because right now I am
excited.
Oh no.
We got to do 7.
Nope. Just saw that. Oh, shit.
I was just wondering, how much did Sam avoid taxes? Because I suspect that his 10%, I suspect that overall he was paying less of his.
Are you guys glad that to the chat? Are you guys glad that I didn't try to speed through the SBF stuff on the earlier streams? Because I am personally. Because this is. Oh my God.
People are saying it. The Amber Heard School is charitable giving. It's pledged.
It is.
Yeah, you can pledge your taxes. For a little while.
Sam, so the heading, Sam is not motivated by greed. Quote, by the time Sam was 10 or so, he had no interest in material goods.
Oh wow, he certainly seemed to accumulate a whole lot of them.
And now we're back to 10.
Yeah,
You know,
or there. Okay.
Somebody gave him that yacht at gunpoint, guys. That
It
was
totally imposed on him. We would ask him what he wanted for his birthday or Hanukkah, and he would say, quote, nothing. He was, however, always interested in the material conditions of other people's lives, in particular, those around the world most desperately in need. Oh no, the brother is back in the equation. Sam's brother's recollection is consistent with his father's. Quote, Sam was never interested in luxury material things as a kid or an adult. When he visited me in DC, he'd sleep on my couch rather than a 5-star hotel. Well, the fact that
Poor
the 5-star
baby.
hotel was on the table.
I'm also going to say your couch was probably nicer than most people's hotels.
Yes.
We would eat at Chipotle. The trappings of fame and wealth were something he joked about. Sam never took himself seriously. That's a problem. He was always willing to laugh at himself. Also a problem when you're dealing with other people's money. He was always open to criticism and willing to listen. Nope. Just nope.
I have some criticisms. Perhaps he'd be open to listening to them.
Oh no, this was his other pet project. Professor Edward Mills, a clinical researcher who visited the Bahamas to discuss pandemic prevention with Sam and other scientists, met with Sam in his office in his apartment and saw that, quote, Sam led a frugal life and quite contrary to how the media portrayed his lifestyle. Hold the fuck up. No. SBF.
He had, only a limited number of yachts.
No.
And they were at gunpoint.
Nope. Hang on. Oh my God. I am going to lose my shit. This in the chat. It might be right. This might be the damn stream that breaks me. Frugal lifestyle. Ready? You want to see the frugal lifestyle? It's a fucking condo. Frugal lifestyle, despite what the media portrays.
No. Wait, he lived in a Getty watermarked image?
Oh, no. Hang on.
I think that it's just that they don't know what frugal looks like, and they're like, isn't this how the poor live?
Yeah.
I mean, like any,
That's gotta be ChatGPT'd or that's gotta be a fake image.
No, it's not. Here's the other one. There's penthouse. That's the penthouse. There's penthouse.
Where's the father's couch? Now I gotta see this couch.
No, it gets so much better. He
lived in a palace.
I know that this is not a joke. This is his, quote, frugal lifestyle. There you go.
That's frugal AF.
So frugal. You know what? Just the frugalest of frugal.
It's in. That's what's trendy now. That level of frugal. Well, actually, to a correction there, he is living frugally because he's not spending his money.
Guys,
Well,
on
that's
Monday
true.
I need some super chats so that I can achieve a frugal lifestyle.
Sam
I
led
have
a frugal
apparently
life.
not achieved abject poverty, according to these people.
Can I be the prosecutor arguing against this, please? I kind of want to. Can I have just give me the clicker button with the slideshow? Dr. George Lerner, Sam's psychiatrist and former in-house coach, he had an in-house coach at FTX, also disagrees with public perception of Sam's actions as CEO of FTX were driven by greed. Dr. Lerner notes the following, Again, paid
I'm just gonna
psychologist.
say, if you've got an in-house coach, then maybe you shut the F up about like your frugal lifestyle.
Just
What exactly
Quote.
is the in-house coach, though? Is that like a business coach, or are they playing basketball, or is it a life coach?
Or maybe he's
I mean-
like literally a wagon and they ride him around the office.
Don't put a past
This
with
is-
these people living in the palace.
This is some Wolf of Wall Street shit. So,
Yeah.
quote, none of this was for show. He just doesn't care about things most people care about. Well, why buy it with other people's money? It was an
He doesn't
interesting
care about things
revelation
other
to
people care
me.
about, like other people.
It was an interesting revelation to me when he refused to speak at the World Economic Forum, even though a number of people had pressured on him to do this. This made me question his ability to receive normal human ego gratification. No, he didn't speak at the World Economic Forum because I honestly don't believe he gave a shit about any of this. Sam's father expresses similar observations and sentiments. Well, it's his dad. It's his dad. It's his dad. He doesn't care about creature comforts that most of us value. Hold on. Hang on. Dad has decided to enter the chat. Sam Bankman-Fried, parents, Bahamas. That's a simple Google search because I can find that property in 2.2 seconds.
Hey, Rob, they ate Chipotle, okay? Like the pores.
They ate Chipotle. They ate Chipotle.
Like the pores. That's, they lived frugally.
And Brandy, I'm fine. I saw your question. I'm fine with it, but shoot me an email if you got any questions. Also,
Same. I read
hey,
that
Pixie.
as well. Same. Yeah, I'm with Ian. Same. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ian. I was just.
Oh
I
no,
just wanted
no worries.
Hang on. Let me show you the property that we're talking about. That this is dad. So dad and mom were of a dad and mom were the owners of this property, which was valued at $16.4 million.
That's just
it was
like a
purchased
modest
by
18-bedroom
FTX.
house.
Yeah, and you don't have 3 of those?
Oh, by the way, no, they didn't buy it. They didn't buy it. It was purchased by FTX with FTX money, with Alameda money. It was bought by the money from everyone else. So I'm sorry, dad and mom.
Please tell me that's their only
Every-
house and that's
No, it's
getting
not.
yeeted for the bankruptcy.
That house is yeeted. But that house was purchased with FTX money, $16.4 million, not their money. So I'm sorry, Mr. Bankman. You know what? I should probably give him the honorific that he deserves. Professor Bankman.
But it's Professor Bankman with the same degree of respect and honor that we give to like Dr. Doolittle.
Professor Bankman, Bankman, who's the tax fraud tax professor. He just didn't care about creature comforts like that most of us value. Oh God. Wow. Doesn't that sentence now have different context now that you saw that? He is similarly uninterested in hobnobbing with the rich and famous, generally uncomfortable with the tension. He did what he had to do for the good of the company, often at some significant personal cost to himself. Oh,
I'm just
God.
gonna say he's gonna get dunked on in the response.
These aren't lies. They're anti-truths.
Well, and this is the thing is if I'm sitting there, like if I'm the prosecution and I'm seeing this, I'm just like, oh boy, because my response filing is going to be, here's a picture of his yacht. Here's all the times you said he felt joy when you said he can't feel joy. So you say that like these luxury meals are wasted on him. Here's all the times that he was, here's all the times, here's all the places. Yes, because they've got access to like his complete financials, don't they?
Oh yeah.
They could pull up like every restaurant he's ever eaten at.
Wait. Just wait. Here we go. Because this part's even better.
I gotta be right back.
The fact is that perhaps in no small part because of his anhedonia, Sam gets no enjoyment from expensive or fancy things. He does not enjoy upscale restaurants or luxury cars, so they are wasted on him. He disdains fashion, so he does not spend money on designer clothes because he only has so many productive years in which to make a difference in the world. He did not take vacations. The things that interest materialistic people simply do not interest Sam. As Sam's father explains, for anyone who knows Sam, the popular portrayal of him as high-rolling, celebrity-seeking CEO driven by greed is simply bizarre.
This entire document is to explain the hair. That's all this is. He doesn't care about anything, so he just lets his hair go crazy. It's to explain the crazy hair. That's all it is.
I get that he wore t-shirts and shorts and sandals. I get that he dressed like in that fashion, but you know what he dressed like in that? You know what he wore the t-shirts and shorts in? $121 million condo. So,
you know, you keep bringing that up, and it's kind of toxic because he lived frugally.
He lived frugally.
Okay? On other people's cash.
Oh, God. And a yacht. He didn't care. It brought, you know what, David? It brought him no pleasure.
He didn't get double meat at Chipotle, okay?
You know what? This
because
is
he was living frugally.
This is the cheating husband who's like, yeah, I cheated on you, honey, but I didn't feel anything.
I'm sorry.
This is so bad. I don't think I have ever seen anything like this. This is anti-reality.
It's an anti-truth.
Oh, I see Emily's in the chat. Emily's here to watch me melt down. Every time I'm melting down, I think the chat summons Emily like Rob's going to lose his shit. It gets better.
His hair is becoming Bankman-Fried hair.
God, I hate you so much. I love you, but I hate you. The government and the press have fixated on the Orchid penthouse apartment in the Bahamas as a symbol of his purported excessive billionaire lifestyle. Yeah, we have. The truth is far less interesting. The apartment, which had been purchased by FTX, housed 8 or so of the top employees and their partners and served both as informal headquarters of sorts, a place to entertain prospective business partners, and a gathering place for employees to relax, eat dinner together, usually cooked by Sam. Full bullshit.
Bullshit.
This has to be the biggest lie in this whole fucking thing. There's no way.
Yeah, that's great.
This is just one of those times when your lawyer really owes you like a duty to just say, so, this is some bullshit. Like, we can't do this. Like, if we send this off to the court is going to drop kick you. Because...
Well, so here's the thing. I love this. This is my favorite thing because we get to read the pre-sentencing stuff and then we get to go back to the evidence that the jury saw. It's phenomenal because the judge is not immune to this. Holy shit. I'm sorry. I'm just pulling up the photos. Oh no. I'm sorry. I'm laughing, but I'm not. I'm laughing on the inside. I'm crying.
I'm laughing on the outside.
We're going to do a little slideshow because it's going to be fun. Hang on. While I'm pulling those up, David, would you mind continuing to read on? Or Ian, I'm trying to save your voice, but I'm trying to save your lungs.
I appreciate that.
We left off here.
Usually cooked by Sam. And play complicated board games, the diversion of choice, end quote. Furthermore, Sam lived in the apartment in the smallest bedroom, the one without a bathroom, for only 6 months. And like each of the other inhabitants paid rent, perhaps $50,000 in total. That's roughly equivalent to what an accomplished professional might pay for an apartment in Manhattan. Daniel Chapsky, a former FTX employee who has had the courage to write in to the court on Sam's behalf, points out that the perks that FTX provided to employees are standard in startups, but FTX often took extra steps.
Okay. My slideshow's going. This is great. Keep going. Don't stop.
Often took extra steps to make those perks work in the Bahamas. Giving employees 3 meals a day and subsidized housing for moving are fairly standard perks in the tech industry. Marketing strategies involving celebrity endorsements are also similarly common. Again, Sam's father agrees, noting that, quote, what FTX spent on advertising, travel, and housing is in line with what comparable multi-billion-dollar companies spend. A small fraction of what many do. A small fraction of what others do. End quote.
Yes, but were they stealing the money is the thing.
This is the orchid. This is the building. This is they own the build. This is the building. They own the building. Government Exhibit 1500. This is the fucking building. So when reading that lovely passage that says, what was it again? Sam lived in an apartment, the smallest bedroom. Oh my god, the smallest
with
bedroom,
no bathroom.
the one without a bathroom. Oh no.
I suspect that the smallest bedroom of that place is larger than my entire house.
The apartment, which is purchased by FTX, housed, ready? 8 or so of the top employees and their partners.
Also,
and it was informal headquarters of sorts.
I've got great news for Sam. The apartment he's moving to will definitely have a bathroom in
It will.
his room.
Yep. So this no, we're not done with the tour. Here we're doing the tour. This is Government Exhibit 1509, Government Exhibit 1542. Again, these are exhibits that were entered in trial. These are in front of the judge. So all of this that's being argued right now, 1541. Oh, you know, that's that's modest.
I like how the grand piano looks like a tiny little thing in that room.
You know, it didn't have a bathroom, but it had a hot tub with an outdoor TV and lovely seating area. You know, and the other part about this one was, what was the other passage that read? It was said,
what's up with the telescope?
Oh, I don't know. It was to spy on.
I really want to know what that's pointed at.
I really want to know too,
because that's not pointed up. That is not pointed up.
That's down and it's mounted. It's there.
You know what? He didn't experience pleasure via anything, so it's not Sam. Again, Sam's father agrees, noting that what FTX spent on advertising, travel, and housing is, and I am quoting from Mr. Bankman, the tax professor.
I feel like they really need to find out whose apartment that's pointed at, because I feel like there's a woman out there who's got a cause of action against Sam.
So, again, the money they spent on advertising, travel, and housing is, quoting, in line with what comparable multi-billion-dollar companies spend and small fraction of what many do spend. Well, here's the thing. Your company wasn't a multi-billion-dollar company. You were spending other people's shit. And you did it to buy stuff like this. And you now have the balls to file a pre-trial sentencing report that is saying, poor me, I lived in the small apartment in this building. The small apartment in this building is bigger than my fucking house. Like, I'm sorry, it has to be.
He didn't have a bathroom, he had 4 bathrooms.
You know what? You know, the funny part is, David, it probably, if it was a lawyer that drafted that, it's probably right outside the door. Like, it's not en suite. It's like he has to walk outside the door.
there's a way around it.
Nice view.
Oh yeah, with a
right?
view like that. Yeah. With
Oh
a view
yeah,
like that.
this is just, and we're just hosting 8 people and their partners, which is also an interesting question because they were also like partners of each other, and weirdness occurred. But
See, people keep like saying like, or people like say like content houses. I'm like, if content houses look like this, I'd sign up for one. But
don't.
they don't.
I've seen
oh,
those.
side note, we still have 3 more photos to go. Like this is, and these are all exhibits. These are all exhibits. There's a lovely bar, one of the lovely bars. Look at all the wine.
Wait, one of?
Crap. Oh yeah, one of. Wait, hang on. I did. Why did I didn't mean to do that. Hang on. Yes, one of. Like the other one. That's like a legit bar. Like that is better than. And look at the artwork.
I mean, the artwork I could throw out the window, but
How many dining areas have we seen?
Yeah, but I haven't seen a full bathroom yet.
no, that thing you thought was the pool is actually just the toilet
That's
bowl.
the toilet.
The whole thing flushes.
That's it.
This is so fucking bad. Emily, I know you're in chat, hon. What would you do with someone that had the balls to file some bullshit like this? Because this is on another level. So they go from that to paragraph 8. Sam's caring for individuals. Sam's desire to do good on a larger scale never crowded out his concern for individuals.
I believe it.
Oh, they redacted his dad's name. Oh no, Matt Nass, different person. Okay, they redacted a non-party. Good, ready to go. I can't. 10. Wait, we gotta make 10. 10, 10, 10. We have to. His work ethic. Oh god, I can't read that.
I mean, it's just gonna be more anti-truths.
The coup de grace. You ready?
His
Here we
work
go.
ethic. He was so devoted to stealing money. He did it without stop, day and night.
Right.
Nothing could distract him from his quest to steal more money from the public.
All right. Stretch, relax. Everyone ease in. I need a stress ball. I need something. Sam's remorse. Section 10. Sam's remorse. Sam has consistently expressed his deep remorse for the damage caused to FTX's customers, lenders, and employees. Sam's mother recounts, well, mom has entered the chat, that, quote, Sam has been racked with remorse for not having prevented the implosion of FTX and the damage that followed.
You know how we could have prevented it?
It's a really interesting, I'll go.
It's not like this is a trolley problem where he's sitting there and like he's got to flip the lever, but the lever won't move or whatever. He's driving the trolley and he's been aiming it towards the most number of people because that's how he gets the most money. Like that is the trolley problem that Sam has been on. It's like, won't somebody stop me from running over these people for money? Like, oh,
There goes another one, and another one.
And another one. And
it's
another
so
one.
tragic that I couldn't stop this because I was just making so much money doing it.
I'll pay them all back somehow, eventually, maybe.
Emily's saying I giggle in anticipation of the shredding, then I would be outraged. I'm both because I think I can fix this sentence. Let me fix this sentence, Barbara Fried.
I can fix this sentence. 110 years.
Well, no, that is affixing a sentence. That's not fixing this sentence. That's affixing a sentence. But fixing this sentence, Sam's mother recounts that this is the corrected sentence. Sam has been racked with remorse for not having prevented the implosion of FTX and the damage that followed what he caused.
I would just fix it by saying Sam has no remorse. Because now we're talking accurate.
Oh no, this is even worse. This is mom. This isn't even her recounting it from her perspective. This is mom quoting her damn son. It is. He has told me the first thing he thinks about when he wakes up and the last thing he thinks about when he goes to sleep. And it occupies many moments in between. Well, that's a fucking line.
Now, does he have like lotion in his hand when he's thinking about
No.
this?
Ian.
He doesn't strike me as a lotion guy. Look at his hair.
I'm so mad. I don't know why I did this to myself. I do, but this is former FTX employee Daniel Chapsky worked closely with Sam in the period between FTX collapse and Sam's arrest in the Bahamas. Oh, so he's probably reliable. Chapsky writes that, quote, at one point in the mid-November, I said to Sam only half facetiously, wait a minute. That's the caveat leading into this? You know, if I could get people their money back by putting you in prison, I would. Sam agreed enthusiastically. Oh my God, this is so much worse.
Yeah, so anyway, 110 years is too much.
I'm starting to think it's not enough.
No. Because to the end of this thing, it goes to what he wants for himself. This thing ends with what he recommends for himself.
Is it going to be like 20 minutes?
I don't know. I haven't read
Community
it yet.
service.
So scared. I'm so scared. Sam is also full of regret for what he did. You mean for the enormous damage that he's caused to his former friends, family, partners? You mean like leaking the internal diary of your former significant other who was testifying against you? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy crap. I can't. Oh my God, I can't.
I'm just surprised he's not like asking for a medal after all of this.
Well, he's ramping to something.
And that's my concern, David, because he is. This keeps getting worse and worse. And I don't think I can make it. I'm going to try. Sam is simply devastated that the advice, mentorship, and funding that he's given to the animal welfare. Oh, God. Animal welfare, global poverty, and pandemic prevention movements does not begin to counteract the damage done to them by virtue of their association with him.
I got bingo. That was it. Pandemic prevention. Now that was the last one I needed.
Just Sam's remorse is evident not just to his mother, but also to his fellow inmates at the MDC. Wait, no.
What? Wait.
No. They have a quote from his bunkmate.
A former police officer.
I'm guessing this bunkmate is eating a lot more ramen than he used to.
This is.
I'd be checking that former bunkmate's commissary account.
This is the worst. This is the worst. There is nothing worse than this. I don't know what to do. I'm struggling. One of his bunkmates, a former police officer who's grown close with Sam over the past 6 months that he's been incarcerated, has observed that, quote, even though Sam disagrees with the government's perspective of events, that does not mean he has not shown remorse or empathy for those that lost money. Written by Sam Bankman-Fried. Over the past 6 months, he has shown an immense amount of remorse and regret for whatever mistakes he made that potentially led to the collapse of FTX. I'm not used to this. Every other person that I have interacted with here places the blame on someone else. Oh my God.
Didn't he literally place the blame on everyone else?
Everyone else. Everyone else. His lawyers,
Hey,
his
you
partners.
could change in 6 months. That's all it took. He recognized that it was a math addiction that was developed when he was 12, and it's his frugal lifestyle was just overcome with all of this money. It was the money's fault.
This is going to end with him proposing that he should be sentenced to like the Nobel Peace Prize or some shit.
Oh my God. I
Like he should be sentenced to receive the following awards.
Sam's low level culpability. Please tell me. Please.
Man,
Oh,
what?
this is this is a fucking peach. I'm gonna die. I don't know if I can make this. In a report concerning reform of federal sentencing for economic crimes. Oh, please tell me. Oh, no. The criminal justice section of the American Bar Association, who I hate, proposed assigning a culpability level to an offense. One factor in the culpability level is the defendant's motive or the nature of the offense. No, this is one of the reasons I hate the ABA, this crap. Among the highest level of culpability are predatory offenses. These offenses, accompanied by no legitimate purpose, are among the most culpable types of offenses sentenced under this guideline. Sam was not predatory. Wow. That is a...
Oh, if I'm the prosecution, I'm just
That's a
having
4-word
field day on
sentence
this.
that's a He did not set out to prey on the elderly, the unsophisticated, or implement a plan to poach pension assets, which he did. He literally...
But he
Oh my
didn't
God.
They're
start
saying
Oh
he
my
didn't
God.
intend to. He
Oh, no.
just
Yeah.
cast such a wide net that it was obviously
just-
going to include those people.
He
And you know
figured it
what?
out
You know,
along the way on accident.
Going after Taylor Swift to try and get her, she declined, to try and get her to do an ad, going up to Tom Brady, to everyone else, to all the other individuals that did it. Didn't NERD, Rihanna, who else was one of these people? All of them. So that wasn't trying to go after people that were, unsophisticated, might not know about crypto. That wasn't at all that evidence. No, none of it. All the years.
It's funny because I actually had a crypto company reach out and they're like, "Hey, would you do some video integrations? We propose to pay you in like it was like $1,800 worth of our cryptocurrency." And I was like, "How much is that in tulips?" And then they were like, "No. We're like," and I was like, "Can I just get payment in like US or Canadian dollars, like money?" They're like, "No, we don't do that." I'm like, so you value money more than you value your cryptocurrency, huh?
You tell him you already got a crypto guy. His name is Tony V.
Oh, you probably do. Yeah. Pixie, hey, glad to see you here, dear. You think he'll pull the mental health card to get away with it? Oh, he's pulling every fucking.
They've
card out
already
of the deck.
laid the framework for that.
They've done. This is all the cards. This is literally every card. There is not a card unturned. I say that now, and I regret saying it because I know that there will be more cards unturned. Oh. Legitimate ab initio offenses arise from otherwise legitimate efforts that have crossed over into criminality as a result of unexpected difficulties. That would be a fair argument if I didn't know so much about this case.
Yeah,
Even
if they
though,
didn't,
yeah,
wasn't it like fraud in court? Like, what was their holding company?
it was everything. Alameda, it was they created a bank because the bank couldn't be banking. They couldn't qualify for a bank. Money was not kept on books. There was loans that was off the books. They over leveraged their own coin. They set the value of their own coin. He knew about missing debts and liabilities, didn't say shit about it. He knew they were insolvent. It was
And he
everything.
also created like his own back doors and
Yep. He basically created an exception to Alameda where Alameda could go in there and obtain they were exempt from margin calls. So where the value of another stock or value of another coin went down below what would be a margin call, right? Where your investment went down below where the other person could say, "Nah, calling it in, give me what you got."
yeah.
They were exempt. So every fucking thing about this was, oh yeah, accounting wasn't just on QuickBooks, it was on spreadsheets. It was just Excel spreadsheets.
Jesus Christ.
Even though such offenses may be intended to cause loss for the purpose of generating personal gain to the defendant or to others involved in criminal undertaking, they rank lower on the culpability scale than predatory offenses.
I'm going to wager the court finds that this is a predatory
This
offense
is-
rather than
I
a.
would say this is not. Yeah, this is not. This argument's not going the way you want it to go.
Then what is a predatory offense?
That's kind of Dave. You're not wrong.
Poor
Then
people
what
crime.
is?
That's what he's saying. Is it's
Oh,
not
okay.
poor people crime like robbing somebody in an alley. This is rich people crime like stealing from all these investors.
Pensions
Yeah.
and investors.
Like he actually stealed from pensions, like pensioners.
Yeah.
It would be far more accurate to characterize the conduct as risk shifting. Oh, that's a word. That's a phrase. Those offenses are not specifically intended to cause loss. Instead, they shift the risk of any potential loss for the defendant or from others involved in the criminal undertaking to a third party, such as the victim of the offense. Examples include false statements for the purpose of obtaining a bank loan that is intended to be not intended to be repaid. Such offenses are generally less culpable than those where loss is specifically intended. Oh, Pixie, you are right. Sam's condition.
Here we go.
I need help. Someone read for a second. I'm gonna fucking scream.
Sam presents at times as a paradox, not because he is deliberately deceiving or conniving, but rather because that is how he is wired as a human. He has an exceptional IQ, but difficulty with conventional styles of communication, especially around emotion. Okay, so he's not capable of emotion. You started with that. Seems like you're ending with that. Neurodiversity.
So I'm sitting here just balling my hand into a fist as I read this.
Neurodiversity is a medical concept that recognizes the variation in a human neurology. It
Oh,
acknowledges
good. We're past 2 hours. Fuck whoever wrote this with a rake. Like, reading this makes me want to find this person and, like, shove a cactus where the sun don't shine with a backhoe. Like, just... No, you do not get to play this, you sons of bitches.
I'm just curious, how is it going to... What is it ramping to as far? All right, so now we're going into neurodiversity.
We are neurodiverse. That's where we are right now. So you know what?
Yes.
We're in good company. You know what? I feel like there's 2 people on this stream that are capable of speaking to neurodiversity.
No, 3.
Oh, good. 3 of us. Yes.
Yep. Yeah.
3 neurodiverse individuals. So we should understand the argument that he's making. Hypothetically, or at least be sympathetic to it.
Oh, I'm not feeling sympathetic.
I said should. I didn't say will.
I'm feeling more
Nope. Put it down.
He's getting his cactus.
Nope. No. I knew that was coming.
We're 2 hours in. The sword comes out.
I thought it was me, the kukri, to be honest.
Kukri's in the garage because I was using it for some yard work.
That's a different story, different day. Keep going. Where did we leave off?
Second sentence. It acknowledges that neurological differences, such as those associated with Asperger's, ASD, and ADHD, are part of the spectrum of diversity of the human brain that exists. Sam's condition manifests in a wide variety of ways. No 2 individuals on the spectrum are exactly alike. It is not a disease or a condition that needs to be cured. Instead, it is a fundamental aspect of an individual's identity, an aspect to be considered at sentencing. Are you kidding me?
Well, I don't hate the concept. I hate how it's being argued here.
The concept, I hate the way he's arguing it.
That's what I mean.
Yes, that.
This thing until the glass is no longer on this thing.
Yeah, the the concept of the person and their individuality. Yeah, I understand that. Like how I process information or how I respond in conversations or how all of us are going to cut each other off at various times because that's what a lot of the ADHD for me does with Ian all the
Yeah.
time. I get the concept. It's just
Yeah, if he was
that's
explaining why a 10-minute story took 45 minutes, cool, this would make a whole lot of sense. But if you're explaining why you stole billions of dollars, then maybe not so much.
yeah. I don't
It's-
know that these are not the droids you are looking for.
They've taken so much time to address that he's incapable of feeling different emotions normally, but
Uh-huh.
now they're pivoting to it's. I mean, I don't know what's about to happen, so I'm just trying to like jump ahead.
It's exciting, right?
Are they gonna blame
isn't
that on
this-
ADHD?
I don't know.
Like-
This is exciting though, because you see the tee up and you see how he's
Right.
done in the past, and you're just going, where are you going now? Now I'm so intrigued.
I'm
Please go
bought
on.
in. Sam's neurodiversity greatly affects how he perceives and is perceived. Sam moves through the world, assessing risk at times with a different relative valuation of emotions versus ultimate impact that many people do. He also has outward characteristics typical of neurodiversity, such as inconsistent eye contact, as well as facial gestures and tone of voice that lead to miscommunication. Sam is aware of the
I
challenges.
just miscommunicated a few $1 billion.
So that I
Big
get,
misunderstanding. I didn't like. Oh,
I know, I get the point that he's trying to make. This ain't the case. Like you know what? There in this paragraph right here. Take his name out of it. Someone with neurodiversity moves through the world assessing risk at times with different relative valuation of emotions versus ultimate impact that many people do. Fair assessment. This person also has outward characteristics typical such as inconsistent eye contact, facial gestures, tone of voice that lead to miscommunication.
oh, I'm all over
Also
that. Yep.
True. Also true. And then the very beginning, people with neurodiversity greatly affect how he perceives and is perceived. These are true statements. I don't see the connection here.
Yeah, I mean, all of this was done over the computer, guys. And also, like, convincing a bunch of other people he worked with to steal all the monies.
And not
So-
just with his facial expressions or his mannerisms, but with actually putting dollars into athletes to go and advertise and promote. And I don't like this. This feels like the neurodiversity as a really fucked up shield. Like this feels
That's
really bad.
exactly.
Oh yeah,
that's
that's
exactly
exactly
what it
that's
is.
exactly. Yeah, they're going. Yeah, it's.
And the thing is, there are situations where it could be relevant.
Yeah.
You know, guy badly misinterpreted a situation, got into some shit he didn't mean to.
Says words he didn't mean in the wrong tone, like, or just miscommunicates the room, and now there's a bar fight.
Yeah, like that, I could be like, okay, I get that.
All of them.
But also, wasn't this guy like the face of FTX? Like he was doing all the schmoozing?
He also appeared in front of Congress twice to argue about how they needed to regulate to create an ethical sphere where trading in crypto was fair and open and that people could see. I mean,
That's a good smoke
There-
screen.
there's a whole lot that ADHD can explain, and that the neurodiversity and the ASD, and there's a lot that can explain. Here's what it can't explain: me doing a thing, taking money and using it for my own purpose, going to Congress and saying, look at all the baddies, regulate and create structure so that no one gets cheated out of this, and we give all of this money away. That's not explained by any of this at all. But they're trying to throw it up like this massive shield, like oh no, you just didn't understand what I was trying to do. Well, we kind of do now because you did it and we saw it.
So the angle, I mean, the angle play is going to be, well, we hope that the judge and defense and anybody who reads this doesn't understand neurodiversity.
Yeah, well, Allegiant News. It was all a miscommunication. Sam meant to say, I will take all your money, not this as an investment.
He's like, I will just keep it and hang on to it because I like having your money in a pile.
This next part feels really fucked up. I'm sorry. It just does. Sam is aware of the challenges and has done what he can do to overcome them, which is the sympathy card for the ADHD, the Asperger's spectrum, all of the above. He has practiced facial expressions. He tries to force himself to make eye contact, but coming up with, quote, normal, effective responses is neurologically difficult for Sam, especially when he is under pressure and does not have time to prepare. He can be perceived as abrupt, dismissive, evasive, detached, and uncaring. This is the problem.
This is a great reason not to put him up on the stand.
Well, and this is, yeah, go on. I mean, so mad.
The other thing is sometimes you have to put somebody up on the stand and you have to explain this, like right at the outset. But the thing is that people are going to decide what they're going to decide. And if they decide that you are evasive, you're not going to talk them out of that in your sentencing submissions like this. And I think that the reason why people thought he was evasive was not because he's neurodivergent, but instead because, straight up evasive.
This feels like fucking manipulation.
It does.
As someone who has personally struggled with this stuff, normal responsiveness, let me tell you this honestly. Hanging out with Ian is one of the most fun things I've ever done. It is also an exercise in what people who are around people with ADHD, severe ADHD, have to deal with. Keeping Ian on task or focused. And this is not disparaging. This is honestly something that I love talking to Ian about because it's really important that people get this. Ian has the best of intentions at heart when it comes to everything, but he might end up 15 stories away when you were asking him, do you want to go to the bathroom or not? That's a very different thing than me asking Ian, please explain to me why there's money missing from your account. And Ian's now saying,
direct answer.
Exactly. And Ian now saying, well, there was this time I was at McDonald's. Like, no, like that's not how that works. It's a smoke screen. It's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
I am
mad.
That last sentence though, those are really negative words. No? Abrupt, dismissive, evasive, detached, or uncaring.
Well, that's because what they did is they watched his, because he testified, right?
I understand
and
that,
but they basically just
slapping those names
his testimony
onto neurodivergency though.
Well, I suspect that what it is that they watched him testify.
They did. And they might have watched, and they might have got interviews back to the jurors.
That's how he came off, and therefore, that's a problem.
We need to explain it. All right, that makes more sense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. These words actually are things that you do see, and that's what makes me so mad about this. These are words you actually do see attributed to people who suffer from these conditions, or just deal with these life circumstances. Like these are words that are in line where these people will come off as being, they will sound abrupt, dismissive, evasive, detached, or uncaring. Listen to Ian and I talk. We cut each other off all the time. We will speak on a different topic when the other one just finished. We will sometimes, when asked a direct question, we'll take that to a different topic entirely. There have been people in the comment section who will oftentimes make comments about stop talking over Ian, stop being disruptive, stop being angry.
It's like, no, we're all good.
This is kind of the back and forth that we have. And it's because we treat each other like brothers. Like we have that relationship. but that is how it can be perceived by people who don't understand it. That's a very different thing than what we saw in SBF. Very different thing.
He's clearly a narcissist.
I didn't say it. I'm not
What they're
diagnosing.
well, I'm not to diagnose it, but that's what they're describing.
That kind of is.
That's what they've been describing this whole time. He doesn't have the same feelings. It's more of a dark triad description.
The personality disorder. Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
Yes.
Yeah.
But they're going to paint it as ADHD or neurodivergency.
Isn't that so easy? And doesn't that make it feel really just dirty? Like, I look for a different word, but that's kind of what I go to. And then look at how they begin the next sentence. This is even people with Sam's diagnosis tend to, quote, lack conventional affects combined with odd gestures and lack of eye contact. This can reduce our ability to feel empathy towards them and can lead us to jump to negative conclusions about their true motivations and feelings. They start it. People with his diagnosis. I don't like this. Is ugly. This feels really dirty. Oh, I knew I was going to get mad. Oh no.
Uniquely vulnerable in a prison population. Individuals with ASD are often at considerably greater risk of physical harm and extortion in prison than other inmates. Defendant's autism spectrum disorder would render him extraordinarily vulnerable to abuse in prison and weighed in favor of granting downward variance.
Didn't they say that his cellmate, a former cop, really likes him?
Yeah, they did.
It described it as if they're getting along.
And that's the NBC, which is.
I mean,
so he's got a former cop on side.
Yeah, so he's at county, and county, which is not the bee's knees. County's not very friendly. He's got a cop in county. He's like, cop in county loves me.
Well, the cop who's also describing how guilty he feels.
Yeah.
And speaks positively. So
Yeah.
Because individuals with ASD may have difficulty responding to certain social cues and contexts, they are at risk from both other inmates and prison guards who may view their failure to respond, quote, appropriately, quote, to social cues as disrespectful or disobedient.
The prison guards thing is a weird twist there. Really?
That's a twist.
That's a weird. Sure, throw shade there. Oh.
I mean, it's true, but
I mean, I get it, but
it might be not something that you put into your filings because it's probably not going to go over well.
I mean, let's be honest. Prison. If I'm a prison guard, am I concerned about the? Well, that's really kind of rude, but not really. Am I concerned about SBF that's giving me attitude, or am I concerned about somebody else that's giving me attitude?
I don't know. SBF looks pretty big and scary.
You're terrible. Okay. Going on. In addition.
You knew that before I joined.
I know.
In addition, prison often requires inmates to follow the, quote, unwritten rules, quote, as defined by other inmates. Rules that are often highly reliant on social and emotional communication of deference and power, and often at conflict with the written rules. The social dynamics in prison and the scrutiny he is receiving is likely to result in him facing physical violence.
Dude, so he's not going to fucking Lompoc. He's not going to. Oh.
Well, that's just it. I mean, what are they going for? Like a cushy resort for him? Is that what they're going to ask for?
Well, that is actually probably where he's going to end up. He's not.
That is where he's going to. He's going to get long, but this is really gross. This is the other part about white collar crime that really fucking bothers me. Imagine trying to argue this in a possession with intent to distribute case. My client is so frail and feeble. Yes, he was distributing meth for the purpose of other people ingesting it and killing themselves, but he's so feeble.
Hit the gym then, son.
We cannot
Get those gains.
we cannot send him to jail because what he did was wrong and deserves massive punishment, but he is so small and he happens to be, I'm going to say it out loud, he happens to be this Caucasian white kid with curly hair that looks weird.
And acts like a jackass.
And acts like
Don't
an
forget
asshole.
that.
Yeah, acts like an asshole. Is he going to get beat up in prison? Yeah, probably.
The other
Is that
thing to
good?
consider is
Nope.
he's got money. And I mean, I don't know if he'll actually have money, but everyone's going to perceive him as having money. And so
he's gonna be fine. He'll be well,
he's gonna get hit up for protection money.
Yeah.
So it's gonna be pay up or
but really,
or you're
like
in
prison is so scary for these people that commit the white collar crimes that do just as much damage to other people in their lives, but we can't put these people in that same place. We can't do it. Dang it. Not ever. No. Are they ever going to learn that their crimes are equally as bad as the others? Nope. Fuck up. Like just.
Sam's personal history and characteristics summarized above and set forth at length in the outpouring of letters submitted by friends, family, business colleagues, and others strongly support a lenient sentence. 109 years, take it or leave it.
I'm so angry. I'm so angry. The court should consider the need for the sentence imposed to reflect the seriousness of the offense, to promote the respect for the law, and to provide for just punishment of the offense. I can't listen to that bullshit. I can't read that bullshit
years.
right now. I want to go to what he's recommending. I want to go to what he is saying. What is he saying he deserves? That's what I want. The jury came back and said, "You guilty. What are you saying that you deserve?"
He's saying he deserves 8 minutes.
I swear to God, Ian, if you're right. Forfeit. Oh, no. Is he going to argue against forfeiture? No. Oh, my God. He argues against restitution. Okay. Okay. Nope.
If I'm the judge, I'm like, you get to pick one of two lanes. Either you have remorse or you're arguing against forfeiture to make, people right, but you don't get to pick both of those lanes together. Well, you do, but the combination of those two lanes, lane 1 and lane 2, combined together with each other, the combination of those things gets you go to jail until jails aren't a thing anymore.
Until time ends.
Time
is no longer a thing. You're there kind of until that moment.
We're going to put a special cell in just for you that you can stay in even after you're dead. Just as this is where they'll store your corpse because you are so awful.
Allegan, Allegiant News. How many victims does he have? Thousands.
Countless, yeah.
Thousands. And some of those are institutional victims, like or Ontario Teachers Pension. So here we go. Restitution. Section 18 USC section 3553A7 provides that the court shall consider the need to provide restitution to any victim of the offense. The MVRA applies only when, quote, an identifiable victim or victims has suffered a physical injury or pecuniary loss. Oh, be bad. As noted above, Sam disputes the existence of any loss amount subject to restitution. Oh, God. Regardless, the court may decline to order restitution if it finds that determining restitution in a case is too complex or if the victims have not been identified. You know what's really cool about that? The bankruptcy court has an independent auditor who's kind of quantifying the loss. So, hey, you can look at that. The government has not provided any victim impact statements as noted in the PSR and has made no effort to identify specific victims or to quantify the loss of any alleged victim. See all claims filed in the fucking bankruptcy. Identification of victims is a statutory prerequisite to the application of the MVRA. Government detailed to probation that restitution here is complicated by the ongoing bankruptcy proceeding. That's fair. PSR only makes note that the trial record identified one victim, BlockFi, that experienced financial hardship as a result of Sam's conduct. Are you fucking kidding me? You're really going to say that he didn't hurt people? You're really going to say that?
They're going to say that they failed to establish the evidentiary basis to point to a specific victim.
That is a set of fucking balls.
Oh, if I'm the court, I'm just like, well, you're not making restitution? Cool beans. Then you get to eat the entire shit sandwich.
Oh my gosh. Absent identification of any victims or amounts outside the ongoing omnibus bankruptcy proceedings and private litigation that are restoring funds, it would be premature to order restitution. I don't think so. Furthermore, the lack of any expected losses, well, that we're speaking different language, sir. Means that it's unlikely that restitution will be warranted. Essentially, all of Sam's assets were controlled by the companies which make up the omnibus bankruptcy proceedings, such that he has already given everything he had to give. No. No. You traveled around the world and enjoyed the luxuries of all of that money. No. As noted, Sam Bankman-Fried respectfully objects to the PSR. The court, for the reasons set forth herein and in the memorandum dated January 19, 2024, should sustain those objections in determining the applicable guidelines. This
is all going to get thrown out, though, right?
I don't know. White collar crime is so weird, David. Whatever the result is going to be, I don't feel like any of us are going to feel happy about it. Really?
Really? Even after all of this,
I like this judge,
all of the evidence.
It is so. Elizabeth Holmes got what, 11 years? Right? And she marketed, advertised, and solicited a product that gave false cancer flags. Like it the law needs to fix this shit. It really does. It needs to fix how we treat this.
They should probably say, like, listen, we're going to put a $5 million adjusted for inflation sentencing rule that just says, past that, you're getting at least 25. Like, sorry.
The PSR recommends forfeiture of Sam's interest in the following property to the United States. If I scroll to the next page and he argues against forfeiture, I'm going to throw something very hard against the wall. 5.273 million shares of the stock Robinhood markets. $20,746,713 in U.S. currency, formerly on deposit in account numbers. Oh, that's the full account number. Well, that's on you, SBF. Sorry, buddy. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that?
Those are full account numbers.
I know. 49 million in U.S. currency, formerly on deposit in account. That's the full account number too. Now, granted, these have been liquidated, so there's nothing in the accounts. They've been cleared out. Farmington
I've got
State
my
Bank.
comfort.
So this one, Farmington State Bank, doing business as Moonstone Bank, held the name of FTX. This is the bank that they created because they could not get a bank to jump on. They literally created a bank to hold shit. 5.32 million in currency at the Silvergate, another bank they created. 719,000 in bank Silvergate, another Silvergate. And money's assets
Hey,
and funds.
they have one bank account that looks like it could have been mine. Paragraph F.
Wait. 1.0 1,771. Well, I was going $1,071.83.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's a number I understand.
94 million in another Silvergate account. And money's assets and funds contained in Binance accounts. The government has not yet submitted a preliminary forfeiture order as required by this federal rule. The indictment seeks forfeiture pursuant to 18 USC 981 A1C, which allows forfeiture for, quote, any property, real or personal, which constitutes or is derived from proceeds. Oh, God, they're going to fucking do it. Proceeds traceable to a violation of various sections of blank, or any offense constituting specified unlawful activity, or a conspiracy to commit such offense. No, they really are. This will be the coup de grace.
If I'm the judge, I'm gonna be like, so you say he's got remorse, but he also wants to keep all the money? Like,
No.
Are you fucking kidding me? I know that the sentencing guidelines say like 110. We're gonna go to like 150 just for emphasis, just in case he lives real long.
Criminal forfeiture is a punitive measure and serves a specific deterrent. Yeah.
Gee,
you don't get to keep the shit. Citing Kaylee, forfeitures at once punish wrongdoing, deter future illegality, and, quote, lessen the economic power, end quote, of criminal enterprises. The extent of criminal
You're hitting all the selling points
determined by the conviction. Thus, the forfeiture must correspond in nature and scope to the underlying criminal conduct of which the defendant was convicted. No. Nope. They're going to do it. I know they are. Section 981 makes forfeitable any property, real or personal, which constitutes or is derived from proceeds traceable to the crime. It defines forfeiture or forfeitable proceeds and draws a distinction between cases involving inherently illegal goods and services and lawful goods or lawful services that are sold or provided in an illegal manner, like defrauding fucking customers. With respect to the latter, the Second Circuit relies on 18 USC 981 A2B to determine what constitutes, quote, proceeds in securities cases. The analysis here should be guided by Section 981 A2B because there was nothing inherently unlawful about the transactions at issue in counts 1 through 4. Well,
what?
We are going to disagree. Likewise, courts in this district and elsewhere have held, 1, that wire and mail fraud offenses are governed by A2B, and 2, that repayments to fraud victims, even if made after the fraud is uncovered, are properly deducted from any forfeiture. He wants credit for the bankruptcy estate's work. No.
They've already gotten their money back, so why are you taking more money from me?
But they haven't got their money back. So,
well, that's what the argument is, right?
We're not there yet. I'm waiting for it because they're gonna have to
Explicitly say.
They're going to say it. They're going to say it. And I'm waiting for that to happen because what can I throw that's not going to cause damage in this house? I don't know.
Not Leo, or I will file an injunction.
Leo's at
And
Lowe's.
not anything at Leo.
Leo's at
Unless
Lowe's.
it's treats. You can throw treats to Leo.
In
That-
the general direction.
I
In
suspect
making a
Leo would probably be
forfeiture-
okay, even if they were like
he'd be
directly
s-
at.
He really wouldn't care. In making a forfeiture determination, a court can rely on, quote, evidence already in the record, end quote, as well as additional information or evidence submitted by the parties that the court accepts as relevant and reliable. He's doing it. Here he goes. Second
Don't-
Circuit has further noted that
Yeah, there's
criminal
the thought.
forfeiture,
Don't you have-
quote,
Don't you have the
focuses on-
F-bombs?
where are
The
they?
chat is saying you got to throw an F-bomb.
I need all of them. Where? Wait. I have to
Where
find.
are they?
Where are they? No, I had to hide them. I had to hide them from your client because he was arguably. I haven't yet put it in a criminal information, but he was taking them downstairs and trying to chew them. I will find them.
You
It
got
focuses
to
on-
you got to get my client more stimulation, more exercise.
Oh, we have. He's scared of other dogs. It's really kind of funny. It's really funny because he's a fucking Doberman that looks scary that's scared of other dogs. But it focuses on the disgorgement by a defendant of his ill-gotten gains. Oh, I'm going to be so mad. Thus,
Oh, they're gonna say the rest of his gains are legit. So
Thus, the calculation of a forfeiture amount in a criminal case is usually based on the defendant's actual gain. Oh no, here we go. Forfeiture is concerned not with how low or how much individual has, but with how much he received in connection with the commission of the crime. Put differently, proceeds means profit, not receipts. Oh, maybe. Yeah, we're there. The forfeiture amount in this case should be reduced to zero
Jesus.
for several reasons. I knew it. You son of a bitch. Are you fucking kidding me?
Wow.
Wow. Reduced to zero for several reasons. There are several reasons.
The reasons are Sam, although he lives an anhedonic lifestyle and cannot feel pleasure and likes to and has no interest in material goods, really, really needs those millions of dollars. You just freaking like pick a lane, guys.
Well, now wait. Now, is it going to go on to ask for a shorter time sentence now? Next?
No. So,
Oh, I'm sure they're also going to ask for a short time
They're-
sentence. They're going to be
they're
like, he
going
should
to.
get all the money and he should be let out on time served and he should be given a pony and an apology and, I don't know, like a government issued haircut.
Let me explain for people who aren't really like following where we are right now. And David, you had a very good question. This is not about computation of time. One of the things that the government asked for was forfeiture, which basically says that if there are ill-gotten gains that you have in your possession, you should not be entitled to keep those things. They should instead come back to the government to either be repaid in the form of restitution or to be repossessed by the government for basically a benefit of the prosecution. The government prosecuted the case. You have the ill-gotten gains. We should further our prosecutorial efforts by adding that back to the coffers. In either event, you should not benefit by having that at your disposal. Say, for example, an appellate lawyer or additional money to keep appeals going further and further and further, or arguing the bankruptcy case, right? You don't have these at your disposal. Every dollar figure that I just listed back there, the 94 million, the other millions, the other stuff, those were things that were in accounts that were accessible to or in the name of Sam Bankman-Fried. He had those. They were his property. And the government said, nah, bro, can't keep them because they're not actually your property. They're just derived from the proceeds of your fraud, which quite literally is the case. Like the company ran to the ground. It didn't have any proceeds, didn't have any profit. It's literally other people's money. Like if you do I'm pretty sure you can fucking trace it. It's his money. It's their money. Sorry, it's their money, not his. he just argued that no, federal government, you don't get to keep $1 of that because that should still remain all my money because you know what? No one was hurt. Didn't hurt anybody. No one's out $1. I should keep all of that money and that should be mine. And I should be able to, despite what you sentenced me to, I should be able to use that money how I see fit, whether it's hiring politicians, bribing a governor, bribing a senator, bribing whoever I have to do, hiring lawyers. I should be able to use that money at my disposal because that's mine. Thus, when I was walking towards that argument and seeing where he was going, I was going, he doesn't have the balls to do this. He does not have the balls to say that all of that money, the 94 million, the 117, whatever the fucking dollars were, what we were up to what, like 300 million, 400 million dollars?
At least.
That all of that has no business being discussed here. Take the sentence out of it. I get to keep my money. And we haven't even gotten to what he's asking for sentencing. Thus, me screaming very loudly, and I apologize to the chat because I knew it was coming. Fucking knew it by how it was being argued.
Oh, yeah.
The forfeiture amount in this case should be reduced to 0 for several reasons. Oh my God. First, customer and creditors will receive a return of their funds via the bankruptcy. Really?
You know how else they can get a return of their funds?
Restitution and forfeiture.
Yeah.
Second, none of the accounts identified for forfeiture were for Sam's personal benefit. Whoa. These accounts were not profits, quote, enjoyed, end quote, by Sam, but rather maintained on behalf of the companies. He had access to them.
And he wants them.
He wants them. He used them because they were the company accounts that he uses as piggy bank.
And you better believe that if he gets them, he's totally going to use them for,
Enjoyment.
like more yachts and luxury apartments and all the things that he just can't enjoy in life.
Lastly,
those
Sam
things.
Sam no longer has custody of the accounts identified for the forfeiture in the PSR. By its own acknowledgement, the government seized most of the accounts last year, and so the government may request the court forego restitution pursuant to 3663AC3 in favor of remission process from funds seized to forfeited. Here's the thing. Those are still part of the bankruptcy estate. They seized them, but Sam contested the seizure in the bankruptcy case and is litigating a second case in that argument or in that proceeding as to why they are not part of the bankruptcy estate and should instead be returned to him. So, if he wins
the court
here,
should be like, okay, so you're consenting to their seizure in the bankruptcy case, and that's a binding concession, right? Oh no! Oh, then you can go and what's the thing we want you to do after you go? Oh, right, yeah, go and do that. With that cactus we mentioned before,
yeah,
you and that cactus should get real acquainted.
Yeah. In short, the ongoing bankruptcy proceedings have control of the relevant assets such that criminal forfeiture order is not warranted. I disagree because, well, bankruptcy court, different rules. I think that forfeiture order is more than warranted. Oh, fuck.
Here we go.
I can't do it. David?
Sam Bankman-Fried sentencing request. Sam Bankman-Fried respectfully submits that for the reasons set forth above, an appropriate method of arriving at a just sentence would be to consider the adjusted offense level subtotal of 56 reduced by 30 levels based on 0 loss, which yields an advisory guidelines range of 63 to 78 months.
Wait. Go on.
When the
These are the 353.553A factors. These are the character factors, the ones that we read through about the remorse and all the above. When those factors are considered, keep going.
Are considered, including Sam's charitable works and demonstrated commitment to others, a sentence that returns Sam promptly to a productive role in society would be sufficient, but not greater than necessary to comply with the purposes of sentencing. Put him
Time
back out
served.
there, folks.
Time served, baby. Time served. Time served. You fucking prick.
The
Oh
thing
my
is,
God.
I agree that he should have a productive role in society.
Behind
That
bars.
productive role should be to
Chiseling
be an
stone.
example of why you don't want to be Sam Bankman-Fried.
Fucking time served. That's what that's the argument. For those of you who are like playing catch up, the reduction to 68 to 78 months. One, my math is terrible. What's that? 5 years? What's 63 by 12? Yeah, 5.25 years. So 5 years, 5 to 7 years is what they're saying that the guidelines should be. That's what they're saying, the beginning factor. So beginning. So at the beginning, there is this constraint. It's 5 to 6 years. But, Judge, when you consider all of the good that this man has done and his remorse and his charitable giving and everything else, we think, quote, a sentence that returns Sam promptly to a productive role in society will be sufficient, but not greater than necessary to comply with the purpose of sentencing. Reading through the lines, he's served enough time. Let him out. Let him start making money for other people. Boom, boom, boom. That's the request. That's Sam Bankman-Fried's request. I want to vomit.
You got to have some serious confidence to do all of this.
Or arrogance. I don't get it. I really don't. This is fucking ridiculous.
You got to get him back out on the streets, Judge.
It's kind of what he said. So here are the letters that were written. Letters David Arfin, Joseph Bankman, Gabriel Bankman-Fried, that's his brother, Michelle Berry, Stephen Boyd. These are the letters he submitted. So there's 29 letters. None are, I mean, they quoted the relevant parts in all the letters. They really did. Let me see if I can't pull up. I'll just combine them and scroll through them real quick. And then I get to Maya. And the government responded. Their response was filed today. Wait, why can't I do this? Give me 1 second. But I've got to take care of Maya too. Like I can't just.
Is it just like, you know,
I don't
8
know.
pages,
I'll
one
pull it
letter
up.
per page, FUCK blank page?
I don't know. I am now so mad. I don't know that I've been this mad after reading a pleading. I really don't. I had to save this random letter, but it was addressed like on behalf of Sam Bankman-Fried. I didn't get this. Risk reward because there's restrictions. Outcome does matter. Blah blah blah. Read educated people or argue that SPF should be granted a level of leniency because his account holder has been made whole. I had to express my objection. There you go to this intellectual dishonesty. So someone was so pissed off reading that submission that they wrote a letter to the court. Not bad. The letters. Let's scroll. So we got, who's this one? This one is David Arfin. Who are you? Resident Palo Alto, co-founder, Brooklyn-based startup. Energy products, cool. What should she give you? You're opportunity to say a few words about my son, Sam Bankman-Fried. Oh, powers of logic. This is Dad. You go, Dad.
I could make some suggestions as to where he could go.
Still waiting for those charges, bud.
And how he could get there and what he could do to himself when he gets there.
Sam has never run afoul of the law in his life until now.
I was going to say,
I do not believe there's any possibility he would even get close to the line in the future.
He won't do it again.
He won't. I promise.
He won't fraud millions and millions
promise.
and millions of dollars again.
I'm so mad.
Unless he really wants to.
Unless he really wants to. That math just keeps mathing.
Dear Judge Kaplan, I'm writing to ask you for for compassion in sentencing my brother. Oh, this is Gabe. Oh no, Gabe, we ain't gonna listen to you, bud. Sorry. Stanford.
Is Gabe going to be talking about like the eugenics reasons for?
This is on official Stanford letterhead.
Ooh, that's
This is the. Oh my God. This is the director of the Center for Innovation in Global Health and the senior associate dean for global health. Oh my God. Wait, it was the Council for Foreign Affairs. I had several conversations with Sam over a year to guide him where to put his efforts globally, as he was so passionate about pandemic. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. America. Oh wow. Pandemic prevention. For full transparency, he did award my center $500,000, which Stanford has returned. Did he promise to give it to you again?
Now, yeah, that's what I was just thinking. Is like, so if he walks, you probably get that money again, right?
Well, they returned it once. They could return it again.
Oh my God, it's so terrible. Professor Emeritus, sorry. So this is from who? Paul Brest, the professor of law at Stanford Law School, expert in philanthropy. Oh no, I'm not listening to you, sir. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. Nope. Sorry, credibility gone. Sam Bankman-Fried's mother. Oh, hi, Mom. I'm also a professor at Stanford, where I've taught the past 35 years. And before that was an attorney at Paul Weiss, blah, blah, blah. These are my credentials. This is what I did. My son's a good boy. He would never break the law. He was great, phenomenal. I taught him all the right things. Look at me right for my son.
His apartment doesn't have a bathroom.
I hope
just
for his sake
directly into a bucket.
This is the part that's the bullshit. I hope for his sake and the sake of the world that he is given that chance.
You know what? I think the world is going to be okay.
World's fine.
The world is like, spinning. Hey, Mom, we got this. We're good.
world needs to see this thing fucking corrected. George Lerner, psychiatry. Oh, this is the doctor, the good doctor. This was the on-call guy. Motivated for personal leniency, as I do not believe is motivated. Was sad to see how Sam Bankman-Fried is being viewed by the public throughout the proceedings for months prior to the trial. It's been assumed that his actions driven by greed. I respectfully disagree with his view. Sam has always been very much life, even as
what?
Sam has always lived a very modest life. And now I see why they quoted that part of the letter, and they didn't go further. Even as a billionaire, he drove the most basic car that was available. Oh my God, really?
Really? The most basic car? Because, like, I could show you the car I used to drive, and I bet it was more basic than... I mean, hell, I bet my Honda Civic that I still drive is more basic than what he was driving. Let's do a car off, Mr.
There-
Bankman-Fried.
This is the height of just people who don't fucking understand.
Like, I'm not deprived by any stretch, but like
Wait
this
a
guy's talking
second.
about
Wait,
how
what
he,
is this?
doesn't care about anything.
Wait,
Makes me look like a freaking ascetic.
40731. Wait a second. What the hell is this?
I don't
Exhibit
know.
B.
Why wasn't that referenced? Where's Exhibit B? No. Hang on.
Rob is angry now.
I
And
think
I'm here for it.
I think there's
That looked pretty
Carolyn Ellison.
interesting.
That looked like Carolyn Ellison stuff. That looked like Ellison stuff. Authorities. Where's my list of exhibits? No. EX space B. There we go. One match. In November, blah, blah, blah. Alameda is a private quantitative cryptocurrency trading firm. Sim was new to crypto. The figure is burgeoning. Space expanded rapidly and offered the opportunity for someone who didn't some experience to grow a firm. Alameda's leveraged to borrow money to fuel. Sam explained as follows: when you establish Alameda, what was your goal for the company business model? Oh, this is his quote. Okay, so it's his quote. Oh, these are his quotes. Introduced as exhibits. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Government briefly. That's a lot of budget sheets. U.S. sentencing memo. Oh my God, they went 116 pages.
I mean, wouldn't
Let's scroll
you?
the end. Let's scroll the end.
If it doesn't end with just kill it with fire, I will be disappointed. I will also accept nuke
Compensation.
it from orbit. It's the only way to be sure.
All right. Hang on. Someone else read that. Give me 1 second. Someone read that, please.
In view of all of the facts and factors set out above, Bankman-Fried is deserving of a severe sanction proportionate to his role in this historic fraud. While a guideline sentence, which would exceed 100 years, effectively a life sentence, is not necessary, the government
Disagree.
urges the court. I agree with you. I disagree with them as well. The government urges the court to impose a sentence that underscores the remarkably serious nature of the harm to thousands of victims, prevents the defendant from ever again committing fraud, and sends a powerful signal to others who might be tempted to engage in financial misconduct that the consequences will be severe. A sentence of 40 to 50 years is necessary to serve such purposes. Why
I
would
don't
they
know.
reduce it?
He might still be alive when he
I-
gets out.
Why would they have reduced it like that?
Let me tell you why I think. So my thoughts are Elizabeth Holmes. Elizabeth Holmes, the PSR came back, and I think the PSR was like 45 or 50 years. And the government, I think, wanted enhancements on top of that. They were trying to go above the PSR. And the judge was like, mitigating factors, blah, 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 gave him 11. It was still significant. I think that this was calculated. This was kind of like, if we look like we're shooting the moon, it's going to evoke sympathy, and they're going to go closer to him, further away from us. So I don't know, but the judge that heard this case has not been shy about his opinions at all. Like, he ordered Sam incarcerated mid like pre-trial. Like, you fucked around, you're going to find out. You went out, you gave the Google Docs away to everybody else. Nope, now you're incarcerated. So this is one of those really weird cases where I could see a judge going above government recommendations? I don't know. 40 to 50 years ain't bad, though.
I mean, I'll take
How
it.
old is he now?
29, 30?
32. 1992.
So,
So 50, 60 years.
pretty significant.
He might still be alive.
Not
And even
inconsequential.
Then, yeah.
I've got to catch up on a world of super chats because we were talking a lot, which is great. David, you're free to jump
Sorry.
out whenever you want. I love having you here, man. You are phenomenal and a great person. Thank you. Stick around as long as you want to. This is not an invitation for you to leave, but I know it's late.
I'll stick through a few super chats, then I'll bounce.
Yep. Ella D, Runkle, I'm so sad I missed you in Vancouver. I had to make salsa. I was going to let you try exams. Dang
Ooh.
it.
I will almost assuredly be in Vancouver another time. So, if you live in the area, you will probably get another chance.
Yep.
So,
Kristen M96, donation towards soundproofing the streaming room in the new home, quote, or ... for reasons. New home, the streaming room is like 3 levels removed from children sleeping and will be soundproofed. Don't worry. Virginia Tracy, they are conflating ADHD and autism and adding some elements of narcissism to create a diagnosis. Maybe that's why it felt so weird. It just
That's
didn't.
what I was trying to infer.
It felt wrong. Like it didn't line up. Allegiant News, no feeling is sociopath. Sam never learned to fake. I don't know. Rob, have you added a code red for your lights yet? I can do it quickly. Let me see. Red. So the back I can go red. And then the ups. I've got red for up. Hang on. Code red. That's code red, right? So, yes, I have code red. Going on.
I got to up my game. You guys with all the lights and the gizmos and.
No, I'm just a child. It's like I'm just a kid. Like I will never grow up.
Are you saying I'm not?
That's true. You just like firearms, and I like
True. They won't let me code red the firearms on stream.
That's very true. Allegiant News victim impact statements could be interesting. I don't know if we'll get them. Nick Starro, it's 4 a.m. and I got secondary channel where I read Scandinavian stories, sagas, and folklore. The Elderman. I like that. Check that out. The Elderman spelled TheEaldorman. Allegiant News, thanks again. I bet he took some money into offline wallet hidden from the court. We'll see if the Bankruptcy Court finds it. They have found just about everything. They went and seized everything. That they found stuff he didn't like because of how fast he responded. He was pissed. He went in filing left, right, and center. Fiber Tornado. I used to live in Lompoc near Federal County Club. He'd be back at the beach. You never know. Early Neva. Wow. I hop on, find Runkle and David and Hatless Rob. Is it an L&D side quest Friday? David, I want you to use this opportunity. You have a great channel, Prototopics. For those of you who are watching, who have been watching this entire time, David is not a lawyer. David is a creator and a fun person who likes to express imagination and teach others to express that imagination. He has a channel, Prototopics. David, give your plug.
Yeah, so over on Prototopics, we're really just focusing on mostly business news, but also bringing creative and creative education to you at home, whether you're in business, you're a business person, entrepreneur, or you just want to stay abreast of everything that's going on in the real world. That's really what we're covering, and then bringing in our insights to it. So from everything from Disney and news and Hollywood and inflation, things like that, we'll be covering all of that over there. We also have all of because I know people still want it, we're moving all of the RPG and D&D and all that stuff. That's going to be on a separate channel, Prototopics Plus now.
Ooh, yeah.
So everything is kind of shifted over there a little bit, which there's a story behind that, and one day I'll get into it, but we want to be Prototopics is we're a marketing company. We're a consulting company, and we work
Yeah.
with businesses up and down the East Coast. And we're like, when you Google that, you just see me dressed up in silly hats and making silly voices. We
I
should
was just
probably
gonna
do
say.
something about that.
Like, we do corporate marketing.
Yeah.
I really like being a
Honestly-
wizard. I like being a wizard, but
I
maybe
mean, I would
our
hire
clients might like
based
that.
on that.
I would too.
We've had clients be like, "Hey, can you explain what this is?" And I'd be like, "No, you see, this is the whole, like, it's a great thing. We're, team building, and it's been interesting." But I mean, it's fun. It's all good fun.
I love it. For those of you who have not checked out any of his content, please go check out the channel Prototopics. Please do it. If you ever need a reason to wonder why am I checking this out, go look at Rick Hoeg's channel, Hoeg Law, and view any of the Lawyers Dragon series. David was the facilitator of all of that. David created the characters. We just kind of became the characters. And it was probably some of the most fun that you will see on the internet between a bunch of lawyers, including appearances by Emily D. Baker, Natty Lawyer Chick, Nate the Lawyer. Who else do we have?
Kurt.
Kurt was on. Alita. Alita was a regular character.
I was
Hoeg
gonna
Law.
say, yeah, Alita wasn't a guest star. She was.
No, she wasn't. Guess she was there all the time.
Ty Guy Travis we had on.
Yep, Ty Guy Travis. So it's the ability to
He's
kind
a
of
troublemaker.
one of the things that makes David so good at the marketing is his ability to connect with people. And that can take the form of either just person-to-person contact, creating a character that you love, creating a character that might match something that you feel inside, or allowing you the room to explore some of your own. What am I thinking of? Creativity, imagination, and fun. He takes a lot of crap that is just out there and makes it digestible in a fashion that we actually can enjoy it in a safe place. So I very much recommend.
Very kind words. If people aren't laughing, it's not fun for me either. Like, you gotta either be laughing or crying from laughing, or you're not doing
Some
it right.
combination.
And that's just
yeah.
That's my philosophy.
World's too tough not to laugh at it.
Exactly.
I mean, that's pretty much the entire reason I'm covering the Jeanette story.
Janet Braun. Pretty good one. Allegiant News. What's the government position on sentencing? 40 to 50 years. That's what they want. Joe Loy, have companies invested on behalf of clients? And if so, could the client go after the company that invested? Nope. They're protected by good faith investment rules, most of them. So no, that's not something they can do. Legion News, criminal asset forfeiture will take your money at side of the road with no crime. But in this case, conviction, we don't want you to take my shit. Yeah, that's kind of the argument he was making. Again, Alicia News, you're fiery today. You love the SBF stuff. Neuronormal is a myth. We are all different. I agree with that a lot.
There's probably one person out there who's like officially normal.
Man,
and they probably just hate me, so I'll never talk to them.
No, I disagree. I don't. They're not. No, there's no normals. Mrs. Hoeglaw is in the chat. So, what do you do? It is 12:06 a.m. You are not up this late.
She's here to encourage us to vote for Rick.
Yes,
no,
vote for Rick.
Yes. So at the top of the chat, you will see a pinned link. It's right there. Well, why do I have this chat up while I'm talking about this? Incapable of emotions is not sociopath. I'm not talking about Rick. I'm talking about that was SBF. But talking about Rick, Richard Hoeg, Stroke Award. Let me see. I can find this thing. Boo boo boo. Don't worry, we'll get to the Maya stuff. Maya stuff's not that long because it's just fuckery. Present screen, share this. So Richard Hoeg, very, very dear friend of mine, who again, with David Prototopics kind of created, well, David had this cool idea. And when I say cool idea and marketing, David sent us a video like sent Rick a video, literally a video that said, I know Lawyers Dragons, I know, or Dungeons and Dragons, I know it's weird. Here's how you play, and here's how we can have fun with it. It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And I was like, I'm in. I'm fucking in. And Rick was like, can we do it on my channel? Rick facilitated it, but Rick last year on December 30th suffered from a stroke. And Mrs. Hoeg was smart enough, wise enough, blessed enough to find him, identify the signals, and get a call in to paramedics to come and take him. And he has done not just recovery, but I can't express.
Basically, the universe decided to try to take Rick out, and so they set the only thing tough enough to possibly take Rick out, which was Rick's own brain. But they underestimated that he had Mrs. Hoeg in his corner, so it was unsuccessful.
It was. And the thing is, Rick didn't just take that stroke experience, and which put him near death. I mean, literally, he was in like a coma. He recovers from that, regains consciousness. By the way, becomes the funniest person I've ever talked to because he lost a filter. Like any filter. I will not share the stories. I will not. I really want to, though. I really want to because they're so good.
He was funny beforehand. Come on.
He was, but the filterless Rick was, holy crap, that was something different. It was really funny. Funny for me. I don't think he would have found it funny. But he took that experience and didn't just use that as a crutch or anything else. He recovered faster than I think I've seen any stroke victim ever recover. And in the aftermath of his stroke recovery and during his recovery, he used that opportunity to educate people on how to identify stroke symptoms, what to do, and the people and professionals that cared after him and what they did for him. Raised $30,000 for charity for the hospital that took care of him, and continues to talk about his stroke and stroke experience to this day. I personally know at least one person who has had their life basically saved because of what they learned from that series. So he is now up for an award for the Stroke Heroes from the American Stroke Association, the Hero Awards. Rick Hoeg is there. The link is at the top of the chat. Please go and vote for him. And I'm going to do something because I know Ian's going to have a comment. Oh no, the cute. He was placed next to Adela Bell.
Oh, it randomizes the list.
Oh, it does?
Yeah.
Last time I pulled this up, I was like, go vote for Rick and, vote for him above. And it pulled up this lovely little young lady, Adela Bell, right next to Rick's face. And I was like, oh, shit.
And this time I don't have to say get wrecked, small cute child, because small cute child has already been wrecked. Small cute child is like out of the running. This isn't like Mario Kart where they're going to be able to rubber band their way up to the front again. They're just gone.
Mr. Bankman-Fried, please relax.
This is like Monopoly. Small cute child went bankrupt before the first lap. And so now it's Rick versus an entire ward, like an entire hospital ward.
Yeah, so he's got 3,498 votes. Next closest. Ooh,
that's real close.
That's a whole stack.
Too close.
3,396.
So all of you need to vote now. And the thing is that when you vote, you have to keep clicking through the votes until you see the time counting down. And in fact, Rob needs to do that right now.
Wait, let me show you. So show you.
We don't see the time counting down.
I see the time counting down.
Submit. Confirm.
And for those on the East Coast, it's past midnight. So if you voted yesterday, you could vote again now, or at least you should be able to.
So I'm just waiting for the spinning wheel, right?
Yep.
Guys, it's not that hard. Just the man went through a stroke and took that chance to educate people on how to detect it. I think he deserves a little bit of love. And the funny thing is, his wife nominated him without his knowledge. Mrs.
Oh yeah,
Hoeg is
because he
probably
wouldn't have
one of the-
permitted it if he'd known.
No. And I've had the pleasure of hosting them in my house, and they are phenomenal people. Honestly, some of the most loving people I've ever had the opportunity to be around. That's one thing about this internet community I didn't realize that I would kind of get into is anyone who has concern. Well, people I have had opportunity to interact with, maybe that's just because of who I surround myself with, have been remarkable.
Oh, you've got to put your email in and click vote.
Do I have to hit? Okay, hang on.
Well, here I can just share it.
I'm
Here,
just
you-
going
hey,
to
you
pull it
guys are
down so
moving
we
it.
don't.
I'm not. Well, I don't want to do that.
I just pulled it down so that it wasn't visible when you put your email in.
Yeah, thank you. It's not that
This is-
email
this
I'm
is
worried
what
about.
it'll
It's
look
like
like.
when I go to populate it, it's like all the other emails that show up.
Don't worry, I don't expect there's going to be like a Vosh moment here with the email autofill.
Vote.
Yeah, if you want to throw up my screen.
No, I got mine here. It's back.
Oh, you got it?
See?
Yep.
And then when you've got, oh, and then you have to go confirmation email.
Yep. Send that.
And then
There
get
you
it
go.
on your email.
And
I
then you
confirm my
definitely want
vote.
to take this down
Yeah. Well, yeah.
before you check your email for that.
Well, yeah. We'll do that. Check my email. Confirm that vote. So that's how you do it. So go and vote. It's a pain in the butt, but go and vote because it's important. It really is. Please do it.
35,
Whole lot has
71.
been. Really?
Yes, you need to do the email.
Yeah.
If you don't do the email, they don't count your votes.
There we go. God, there's one. There's mine. Mine went in. This community's done a whole lot of good. Ian, what was the final number on Extra Life?
Extra Life, somewhere over 100,000 US.
Yep. It's one of the proudest things I've ever had the opportunity to experience. And David contributed. David created a whole one shot, like a whole D&D game. Extra Life is a 24-hour charity stream that Ian does. For 24 hours, he's on in front of a camera. 24 hours in front of a camera. Mind you, for small breaks for bathroom, etc. But someone else is occupying the screen. And ADHD is bad. ADHD at hour 18 is, well, it's an experience. So
people say Tired Runkle is the best Runkle.
it is.
Yes.
But so David did an amazing thing and gathered a bunch of people. David, please explain.
Yeah, we brought a bunch of nerds in to do a full hour slot of D&D with Extra Life, and I'm assuming that many of the people in the chat here got to experience the Chaos Wheel, and just seeing the amount of donations that were coming in with that, and the crazy things that we were able to roll for and see, and the spamming of monkeys and all of the other insane things. The compliments, which, yeah.
Didn't monkeys get rolled like 8 times?
Oh,
The
yeah.
monkeys got rolled to the point where I think I had to take them off the board because we kept getting monkeys.
It was like, okay, more monkeys now.
You have an army of monkeys.
It's like monkeys have officially sold out. No more monkeys.
I mean, there was a few of those where I'm like, I'm gonna throw it on there. It'll be funny. We're not gonna roll this monkeys twice.
It was so, but it was so much fun because the thing is, one of the really
also,
fun
Elise,
parts.
as Leo's counsel, I'm going to say yes.
You can say yes. There's also more photos. Go to his Instagram page. Leo has an Instagram page. Like my dog has an Instagram page. How does my dog have an Instagram page?
Because your dog is cute.
He really is fucking cute. He's a nightmare, but he's so fucking cute. I hate it. He is a complete terrorist, but he's so cute. Hang on, I'm gonna promote my dog. Promoting my dog.
Plug the dog.
Plug the dog. Our Shadow Leo. He's already over 1,000 followers. The funny thing is, it's account run by the Mischief family. If you know, you know. this is Mini Mischief 1 wanted Leo to have an Instagram page, and every now and then we'll say, how many followers? And it's so cute. Also, like, I'm trying to get her to not look at the followers, but a lot of it's the comments, because the comments are really damn funny. Leo, just Squirrel Watch. This was my favorite because Friday morning frenzy. This was posted today. This one didn't taste so good, so I didn't swallow it, but Mom still got really mad. The funny thing is, Mischief does AutoCAD all day, which requires a lot of hotkeys like Control Alt. So the Alt button, which a lot of people don't use, AutoCAD users, regular use. There's the handsome devil.
Wait, who doesn't use Alt?
Most people.
I don't know. He's big. He's getting so big. Yeah. And he's really like, look at that shit. Look at that. Look at that. Little asshole. That's what I mean. Like, he's just a little prick. Like, come on.
Those ears.
Oh. Monster. He's a monster. So if you want to check out the daily ins and outs, and the mini mischiefs are there. There's Leo. He's really fucking handsome. He's a cute little pup. He's a really cute pup. That's what he looked like. That's what he looked like. That was 6 weeks ago. Oh. So go use those photos. Those are a lot better. But it's also very generous of you to even offer that. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Let me see if there's any more comments on point. Justin Pierre, found your channel from Runkle and just finished watching all the Maya replays. First time catching you live. Thank you very much. Keep up the amazing work, Robin crew. Your videos and commentary always brightens my day. Also, I need a lathe. Everyone needs a lathe. David doesn't need a lathe, but David probably needs something else. David probably needs a new costume. I don't know. What do you need? Do you need a lathe?
Costumes
Me?
are good. I can
know if
use more of
lathe-
those, right?
I mean, I do kind of want one.
David, you have a pen. I made you a pen.
I do have a pen. Pen is good. Although it's still in the box because I'm terrified to like use it. It's sitting next to my Lawyers and Dragons hat.
That's bullshit. That pen needs to be used. I tell Ian he has to use his. You have to use
But
them.
it's so perfect in the box.
I don't give a shit.
I
Use the damn
collect nerdy
thing.
stuff, and it's like this means something to me. It stays in the box. You know.
Like this thing
See,
still
like
has a tag on it.
Hardy, yeah, my Hardy. Wait, where's my Hardy? Where's my Hardy? Can't find my F-bomb, so I got my Hardy.
Yeah, with the little tag on it.
What number's yours?
I hate you. You know this.
I didn't
Mine's
pack
7.
them. It's not my fault.
7 out of 50. What are you? 6? Son of a bitch.
And he just yeets it into the trash.
Hardy
You know,
didn't
when you
get
were gonna
yeeted into the
throw-
trash.
When you were throwing something before, I'm like, he's gonna throw Hardy. Hardy's close enough. You might as well. It's like
it's Hardy gets tossed around a lot. For those who enjoy some of the banter and some of the commentary, I promise you, if you watch Lawyers and Dragons, you will really enjoy that because there's a whole lot of just back and forth banter, fun, chaos. The world is fucking crazy. It's just great to be able to have fun with friends. It really is.
You know, I realized something. I had never like counter zinged Rick until I got the cat in. And then ever since the cat showed up, I would zing Rick all the time. So
Wait, you mean you have a character that counters?
Yes.
So you go
Yes.
into a character for the purpose of counter zinging Rick.
It requires a character because I won't do it as me.
You won't
but
do it
I'll
directly,
pretend- You're
but
right.
you'll
There's a barrier.
That's fair. Because I asked the question the other night, like, you create these characters, which people who think that Dungeons and Dragons and these role playing games are stupid, sorry, they're not. They're really cool and they're really
Sure they
fun.
are, but it's so's everything that is fun.
Yeah, because you
All of my
You
favorite
get-
things are
you get
Yeah.
the chance to create this character that either A, you want to be, B, you don't want to be and have to play, or C, becomes this amalgamation of like half you and half other parts of you. Like my character I created was, I realized, way too close to home in some regards, and then way a deviation from my character in others. So there would be parts of the game when I would sit there and go, like, long pause going, holy shit, I don't know what to do. Do I do what like my gut wants to do, or do I go to this side of the character and play that role? And depending on the circumstance, you get to play that out.
I still
It
need
is
to do
so
a
much
video
fun.
on the greatest trick that David ever played in that campaign. And I think he
Which
knows what it
one?
is.
Which
Do I?
which-
It's about Ghostblade.
There was a
Which
few
one?
tricks.
there was a
Oh.
lot. There was a lot. Ghostblade became the butt of jokes for everybody, and it was
Ghostblade started out as
a
and you're
badass.
going to be mildly annoyed when I say this. Ghostblade started out as one of the most disliked in the RPG community.
It was
tropes.
cliche. Was it cliche?
It's a like the guy who is like, you know, the guy who's like always like, I go and sit with my back to the corner in the room,
Yeah.
and I am like the loner and super lone wolf,
Yeah,
and like
but
I'm all edges and whatever else. And David, I was like, oh god, Rob's doing that, okay. And then I watched David do things like, hey, have a unicorn, and
no,
just
no, no, no,
completely
no, no, no.
derailed that.
Can
And he did it in a
can
number of
we-
little steps.
Can we also give credit to the person? Like, this isn't like bolstering. I allowed that character to become whatever it was going to be, and whatever it was, I was going to have fun with it.
Oh, for sure. And if you'd been the sort of guy who was going to fight against that and get pissed when
No.
he was like, here's a unicorn,
I was
it
like, yeah,
wouldn't
make
have
it
worked.
pink, make it pink,
But-
and make it fart glitter.
But he was able to be like I was watching him do the little steps to steer things over, and I was like,
Yeah,
this is amazing. This is awesome, because this could have been an issue. And instead it was just this awesome transition. And I was like, and I watched the steering, and I didn't want to say anything while the campaign was going on, because if I did, I might wreck it. And it was like, you know, I don't want to be sitting there poking holes in that particular boat, but I was like, yes, this is awesome.
so that was part of it. That was part of. So I credit David to like getting me to love this, because Ghostblade became a character that I loved because the questions that were asked and the way they were asked and how I was forced really, like, navigated towards the decision of who's this character going to be. And a lot of those questions were answered for me, and a lot of them you think I didn't see the writing on the wall, and some of them, like, here's a jewel, it's going to be either A, B, or C, and like, well, fucking chat's got the answer there. It's a unicorn. I either go with it or I don't. I'm going to go with it. And it was so much fun. It was so much fun that Ghostblade, that character, became someone that I really liked. I love this character, and I love playing him because there's this duality. Is he going to be fun, murderous, like, because he does that weird streak where it's like, oh nope, now I'm gonna go ahead and kill everybody, or is it's gonna be the glitter unicorn that's gonna show up? You have no fucking clue. I love that character, and I love the fact that I was able to find myself working into that character with the assistance of really good friends around me, helping to push me towards that. So I loved it. It was some of the most fun I've ever had.
I'll tell you this guy, and then I think chat definitely wants us to jump into something else, but it's what I call the buy-in, and there has to be specific moments for each player early on, especially when they're new, to like, this is the buy-in moment where either they're going to love this and go all in, or they're just not going to play into this. And so for Rob, it was that jousting tournament. And I'm like, I'm going to play this out because I understand what is going to make him tick. So it was that entire episode was just for Rob. And then the whole thing with the cart and all of the knickknacks. And when Hardy shows up, that was for Alita.
Mm-hmm. It's so much fun. It was probably the most fun I've ever had. Like that. So
I
that was
missed that, and I want to get. I haven't had time to run anything. I want to run some things.
people are yelling at me to focus. Stop yelling at me to focus. You think I've lost track? I haven't lost track. I'm trying to celebrate the person on stream with me. Let me do that. Chill out, chat. Let me do that. Person on stream with me took his time. It's midnight my time and his time, which means he took valuable hours of his time to hang out. Let me celebrate what this man creates. Okay? That's fair. So, yeah. I haven't lost track. Anyways, David, thank you for what you have done, what you continue to do. Phenomenal. I'm going to swoop to the Maya coverage and catch up on Super Chats in a little bit. Do you want to jump off?
Yeah, I'm going to jump off, but I would love to be back next time or whenever there's fun stories that we need commentary on. So this was fun, everybody. But
SBF like you be okay? You good? Because I want to.
Well, I might have
something.
nightmares. I may have some nightmares about that.
Can he be a character in D&D? Oh, yeah. Okay, got it.
I think there already is. I remember one of the monster books had this thing that was just like this giant pile of carnivorous hair. So I think he's already in there.
There's
that
plenty
note,
of monsters that could be that. But guys, I'm gonna jump. But everybody have a great night, good day, good morning, wherever you are. Happy time zone, and see you next time.
Thanks, David.
I'm gonna swoop because you owe a swoop.
I said I know I do, Dan. We were on a roll. We were having fun.
We were on a roll, but we also owe a swoop. So
we owe like 9. God.
I have the buttons.
I know. You weren't my brother in arms. If you Yes, chat. We have a swoop. No, I did not forget Maya. I said 2 topics. I'm getting through both of them.
And
that was my commitment.
Will probably get through 1.5 thanks to
I'm getting through all of them. I am. I'm doing my bestest. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. Pop it. You let Ian have the keys. Ian's had the keys for a while. I have the keys to his channel too. I just don't like exercise as much chaos as much.
I accidentally shut down Rick's stream once, so
yeah, I remember that part.
That was whoops.
Yeah,
I got the wrong leave button.
The power. Never give Ian the power. All right, so the night of many swoops, the night of no swoops until now. Okay. So the next topic we have to talk about is take care of Maya, because holy smack-a-doodle shit. That's a word that I just made up in my head.
Do you have like the interest tracker?
I texted Scott earlier today and he didn't text me back. No, he's not a son of a bitch. He's actually an amazing person. Yes, I have it. Hang on. He texted me. Are you pulling it up?
I don't know how to pull it up.
Recovery addict is. Where's the interest tracker, buddy? Or do you have any other channel? Hang on. It is on Top Mark. Hang on. It's on his other one. Top Mark Media. So, for those of you who don't know who Recovery Addict is a streamer who is an awesome person, Scott, who will either have a beard or not have a beard, and he will not give you any warning whatsoever because the man grows a beard overnight. And it's very frustrating. It just is. But covers a lot of trials and all of the above.
He's the only man who's ever gone into a bathroom shaved and then come out with a beard, as opposed to the other way around.
I might be able to attest to that. I don't know. I've never seen him go into the bathroom, but I will say the man's beard somehow magically appears and disappears whenever. So Scott covered the Take Care of Maya trial, and that was when he and I got to know each other. And he created this lovely
$3 million in interest. Jesus.
I told you, man. So the Take Care of Maya trial, Maya Kowalski versus Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. So Maya Kowalski was awarded a judgment of $208 million, $451,176, and the interest that has been accruing since that judgment has been entered has
I
now
could retire off that
amassed.
interest.
It's not fucking around. Wait, is this true, Lady Drake? Did the son create that? Cheers, young man. Way to go.
Yeah, no kidding.
Way to go.
I couldn't do that.
So Scott, by the way, Recovery Addict, great channel. Check it out. I promise you, you will not be disappointed. He streams every single day. Every single day. It's court watching. It's hopping back and forth. It's really good. Like if you want company in the office and hanging out with a friend, hanging out with chat, great place to be. Really is. So I pop into chat on my way to work sometimes, every now and then. Awesome. So the judgment was entered. When was it entered? I want to say just 2 months ago. When was the judgment entered? Order concerning requests for pre-mediation, transcripts, docket. By the way, when people are like, why is it taking so long? We are up to docket number 4,351. So chill out. Wait, judge granted? No.
Huh?
Stay execution of the judgment pending appeal? No. Judgment went on third.
I could see why they
January
would.
19th. Why? I wouldn't.
Because it's a lot of money, and you give that money to, like, I'm just gonna say, if you gave me 211 million right now, it might be like 175 million in,
Oh,
like
no.
6
Okay.
weeks.
No, sorry. That was stay execution. That was stay execution. It means I can't lien the property. That's different. Sorry. That's a very different thing. The judgment still continues to accrue interest.
Oh yeah,
You can't execute on it.
right. I'm just saying that I could see why they would do that, because if she gets the 211 million
and then
and
gets
they win the
secure
appeal,
liens and
well, like, so they pay out the, like, let's say they pay
well,
out.
if they pay it out, you're not getting it back. Yeah.
Yeah. Whatever they pay, she might spend, right? So
yeah,
I could see why you might stay the execution. I see it, right?
Yeah. So the interest is continuing.
And that's not a shot against Maya or anything. Like, what would you do with 211 million? I'd be like, I'm sorry, I can't repay it. I spend it on islands. Like those islands.
Even if you spent $1, right? That's the point. Or let's say that you invest it in an account and the account gets stock market goes down.
Or you invest it with some like shiny new firm like FTX.
Maya, don't do that, please.
Yeah, no, I do not invest in FTX or any sort of NFTs.
No, find a way to make your life happy and just do that. So we've got the judgment that was entered on, there we go. Judgment was entered January 19th. So from January 19th until present, so just under 2 months. $2.914 million that keeps ticking up. Look at that thing go, man. Compounding interest is a fucking thing. Look at it go. It's going to hit 2915 before I stop talking.
High score.
It's a high score. Every day is a high score. And here's the thing. J Hatch, as I entered into my discussion of this trial with, honestly, a lot of skepticism. I didn't think Maya was going to come out ahead. I didn't think she was going to win. I thought the case was complicated at best, and I thought some of the arguments were difficult to make. And then the trial started happening.
I thought
And I
she
was
was going to win on
frustrated.
some of the issues when I looked at
Not
the
all.
complaint. I didn't think she was going to win on the big ones.
Yeah.
I thought like the big one of her mother. I thought like, yeah, that's just not going anywhere. Like, I get it. I thought she'd probably be able to tag them on the like the SA complaint, stuff like that. But I didn't think she'd land the big one there.
Oh, and that was the. But then the defense started talking. And the defense kept talking. And the more the defense kept talking, the more that I was like, oh shit, this is a problem. And it became a $208 million problem that has accrued interest of 2.914, now 766,000, 77, 70, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73. For those interested in how fast that number goes up. So
It's like
they
$1
have
a second.
Oh, it's really bad.
Man, I would love to be earning $1 a second ever.
Well, and they have promised that they are going to appeal. They have promised they're going to appeal, and they are out looking for appellate lawyers, and they're interviewing and doing all this other shit. Like they're going to appeal. They're going to make the arguments. And oh my gosh,
can I recommend one?
Janet Braun.
No, a crack team. Janet Braun and Mr. Bowles.
Oh, great. That's, you know what? J Hatch, go hire him. It's my endorsement.
Working together, I think they could. I think they could really do some good.
They could really. Well, you know what? You're not wrong. Do some good. They could. They
could. It's just not the way that they would want.
Not the way that they would expect it. Yeah, like getting your client convicted. Anyways.
Yeah, by the end of Bowles' representation of J Hatch, the entire hospital needs to go to jail. And they're having to figure out the architecture for that, because how do you move a hospital into a prison facility?
How do you physically move a hospital into a jail? Can this be accomplished? We need, and then they're suing for damages on, we need the architectural engineers and we need structural engineers, and because we have to move the hospital into a jail. Yeah. So the problem is we've got a whole lot of shenanigans that have happened even after this judgment. Prior to the judgment, after the judgment, we have a juror that was being harassed, like honestly harassed. I will very, very rarely use something like that egregious to talk about attorney conduct. This was harassment. This was fucked up. And the judge, in entering the judgment, said, we're going to go ahead and set a date for these arguments for sanctions. If you want to go forward, the judge was like, I don't want to hear this shit. That's what he said quietly. out loud. Well, there's a lot of behavior that I think the judge should hear. And we had some disputes over whether they want to go forward, whether there's mediation, whether there's a hearing before mediation, all of the above. And let me tell you what some of the things they're arguing about. So here's what we've got. People have been saying, how much does it cost for a transcript? Go ahead.
All the money.
This is just a cost sheet. And this is really cheap. Really cheap. Appellate record prep, like this is super cheap.
Man, I wish I could
This
get
would
these
be
pages or these prices.
I know, right? Like that's how cheap that is. That is subsidized by the Florida government. That's really impressive. How cool is that? That's $10,000. That's probably the cheapest appellate record I've ever seen.
I've seen much shorter trials that were more expensive to get the record for.
Yeah,
Much shorter.
That's Florida. Like that. This is impressive to me. So $10,000, $837 and $10,837.50. That is the transcript for the appeal. Let me give you the equivalent. I had an appeal of a 2-day trial that cost about $6,000.
Yep.
So, Ian, similar?
Yep. No, absolutely.
I don't know what kind of magic they're doing here, but that's pretty impressive. It's a cost sheet.
And the thing is like an appeal record is more expensive than just the transcripts.
Yeah.
So
look, they're even saying so, and they price it by document, not by page. And I think this is because the appellate court in Florida accepts the appellate record by electronic transmission, not pages. Most appellate courts will price you per page. This does it by documents. So here, preparation, numbering of original record, number of documents, 2,593, $350 per document, which I was like, that's a lot of money. You have no fucking idea how big these documents are. This is 4 times as much money, 5 times as much money with that number of documents. I mean, hell, I'm going to go 10 times as much money.
I thought it could easily be close to, if not
100.
over 6 figures.
I thought it was 100,000. I thought it was 100,000. So, appellate courts, start going digital. Grow up. You can do it. So, there was this exchange that was filed in February. And it's an email exchange between the clerks and everybody else. And they're basically saying, what are we going to do with the sanction stuff? We got sanctions outstanding. We got all kinds of stuff. Give me 1 second. So we got sanctions pending, all the above. Your Honor, last week we filed plaintiff's motion for tax attorneys' fees and costs. In the motion, we suggested that a phased approach would perhaps assist in a productive post-judgment mediation, with the first phase being a relatively expedited hearing on entitlement to fees and costs. Having checked the court's calendar, it appears the court does not have any available hearing time until April 29th. Hey, I'll be 40 that day. Mediation is set for April 15th and April 17th, and we have been directed to mediate costs and attorney's fees. Should the court have any available time between now and April 15th, we would appreciate 30 minutes for an hour to hopefully eliminate at least 1 point of contention entitlement. So, thank you, plaintiff. Howard Hunter, in response. Good afternoon, Ms. Sybach. We oppose the request for hearing prior to mediation. Defendant opposes entitlement and needs adequate time to draft and file a response in opposition to plaintiff's motion, which was filed only 4 business days ago. In addition, plaintiff's motion seeks entitlement to fees based on the judgment that is being challenged on appeal. If the appellate court reverses that judgment, plaintiff would not be entitled to any fees. If the judgment is affirmed, plaintiff is likely to seek additional fees for the appeal, necessitating further hearing. The defendant is well aware of the fee exposure. Any significant impact on mediation is highly unlikely, emphasis added. It simply makes more sense to defer the issue of fee entitlement until the appeal is over. Well, I think you're going to have a disagreement here, and I think that you're going to have an argument on fees. Good afternoon, opposing counsel. What are your thoughts on whether having the hearing prior to mediation would assist with mediation? And if it would not assist, why not? The judge's clerk comes back. God, I love it. Judge's clerk. Why not? Would mediation help? Back and forth. The spiciness. So a lot of this is focused on conduct that occurred during trial. And we talked about motions and sanctions and all of the above because there was a lot of conduct that was pretty didn't quite fit right. Well, the plaintiffs filed a supplemental motion for sanctions and consideration of bar referral. Now, those are words I don't usually see in a heading of a pleading. Sanctions, yeah, attorneys do that all the time. Bar referral, well, that's a different tree entirely. Are we barking up that tree? What do we want to do? So, bar referral for defense counsel's deliberate misrepresentations and elicitation of false testimony and other conduct. Well, holy shit. Right there. So, a bar referral is this. The court that you appear in front of, right? The court that you're before, that court has the ability to sanction you. They are the observer of your conduct. They are the person who are the arbiter of your case. They are marshaling the case in front of them. So they have the ability to sanction your conduct if it goes above and beyond the behavior that's expected by your courtroom. Now, I have expressed a lot of leniency in this regard because trial lawyers are trial lawyers on both sides. They both push the envelope, and most judges have been trial lawyers in the past. So getting sanctions awarded in the trial court, very rare. And by sanctions, I mean not like just like you failed to provide discovery. You failed to provide discovery, yes, you get some sanctions, attorney's fees, costs. But sanctions in the form of you did a bad, therefore I'm going to punish you for doing a bad. That's a little more unique. That takes a little more to get to that level. So the court has the ability to sanction lawyers. They can say, I will fine you $5,000, $1,000 per day, $10,000, $20,000. It depends. The judge can view the conduct of the lawyer in front of him or her and say, this misdeed is worth $2,000. Or, you got to do 20 hours of community service. Or, you have to give the courthouse tour to the high school students for the next month, right? They can do it basically anything because it's contempt, because we owe a duty to the court of candor. We have to behave in a certain way in front of the judge, and the judge can hold us to a tune for our misconduct. However, we have a higher standard, which is the rules of professional conduct. Those are the rules that every attorney is bound by. We have the rules of zealous advocacy, which means we have to advocate and argue zealously for our clients. We have the rules concerning conflicts of interest, which mean if there is a conflict of interest, we cannot represent two parties to the conflict. We have rules against what we are required to tell opposing counsel and how we're required to treat them. We have rules about everything. Those are the rules of professional conduct, the rules that set the stage for how we practice law, period, in the state where you're in. A request for a bar referral is saying, Judge, your sanctions, while we recognize are appropriate in this instance, your sanctions are quite simply not enough, because the conduct that we're highlighting isn't just conduct that's insulting to you, the trying court. It is, in fact, a violation of the rules of professional conduct. And one of those rules in every single state is that every lawyer has an affirmative obligation to report knowing, I mean, you actually know of a violation by another lawyer of the rules of professional conduct. So this is saying, Judge, you can punish these individuals monetarily, but that's not enough. We think that their behavior is egregious enough that their license should be questioned and that they might face reprimand by the licensing authority, the state bar. That is the request. Now, the referral thing gets people confused as well. So when a lawyer reports another lawyer, they just do a direct report. They contact the bar and they say, this is my report of malfeasance by the other lawyer. And the bar has a hierarchy, right? So you have clients that are saying misconduct, and the bar reads the misconduct allegations and they assess that in context with the rules. 90% of those cases get kicked out because a lot of them are, I wasn't happy with the result. And that's just not something the bar can really handle. The 10% that make it through where, my lawyer handled money that was mine, and when I asked him for it back, he could provide no invoice and there was no money coming back. That's going to get a question from the bar. The bar is going to say, dear lawyer, here's a letter. You have to explain how you did this. And the lawyer will say, here's the invoice. Here's what I sent. Here's what I did. Here's the money that the client paid. Here's how I billed against it. And here's what that happened. Or the lawyer's going to be like, I got nothing. Or just ignore. And so 90% dismissed, 10% further inquiry. That's client versus lawyer. Lawyer versus lawyer, different numbers, right? Call it 30-70. Lawyer reports to another lawyer to the bar. And the bar looks at that report and they say, well, lawyers are usually pissed at other lawyers that do things that kind of outmaneuver them. So we're going to not take this with a grain of salt, but we're going to look at this carefully. And they look at it and they say, this is not unethical. It's kind of shitty. It's not really fair, but it's not a violation of the rules of professional conduct. So 30% of those cases will go forward. 70% will just die in the weeds. What is a referral? What's a referral from the court? When the court refers a case to the bar for review, the numbers flip. You've got about 90% of those referrals from the court get reviewed by the bar. Because at that point in time, you don't just have a lawyer reporting the misconduct. You have a judge that said, I have observed this in my courtroom. And the judge goes, nah, this is a problem. And therefore, bar, you got to look at it. So that's the difference between both client reported misconduct, attorney reported misconduct, and the request for a referral to the bar from the judge. Judge referral to the bar is a lawyer death sentence. It basically is, you done something bad, and either it's a suspension, a surrender of your license, or some public reprimand that's going to not be pleasant for your career.
I've seen it backfire on the judge too.
That's when the judge does it sua sponte, without request, and does it for malignant reasons.
Yeah, and I've seen some interesting moments where judges have referred, and it's like, I was reading a disciplinary decision a while back that was, or not a disciplinary decision, but like a decision on that, which is basically We got this complaint from a judge, and nope.
Yeah. And that's why I gave the number 70-30. Like 70% good, 30% no. Like the numbers go, my best estimate, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. Client reported misconduct, 10% gets further inquiry, 90% dismissed. Lawyer reported misconduct, 30% gets further inquiry, 70% gets dismissed. Bar referral or court referred misconduct, 70% follow up, 30% dismissed. Fair?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is their supplement to the motion for sanctions in consideration of bar referral for defense counsel's deliberate misrepresentation and elicitation of false testimony and other conduct. The allegations in that one line are allegations I don't see lawyers make their entire careers. They might be warranted. So plaintiffs allege as follows. Plaintiff's counsel is obligated to report defense counsel's trial conduct to, quote, the appropriate professional authority. The appropriate professional authority for plaintiff's counsel to report to is this court as the presiding court. Plaintiff's counsel is hereby making such a report by bringing this motion. The appropriate professional authority for this court to report the conduct is the Florida bar. The reporting obligations are mandatory. That's a bold and italicized. Prior to bringing this motion, plaintiff's counsel has reviewed the trial testimony, arguments, and trial exhibits, including defense counsel's admission that material evidence concerning J. Hatch's accreditation status in federal, state, and accreditation agency scrutiny concerning J. Hatch's patient safety, risk management, and cultural failures was withheld from defendant's expert on hospital administration. It's a problem, resulting in the elicitation of materially false testimony. See that part? That's a hell of an allegation. But with what we saw, here's what they're referring to. They're referring to witness Anderson. They're referring to the guy that got up there and said, no, hospital is good. I've reviewed everything. Hospital's fine. No reports of misconduct. We're all good, right? No threats to their license or anything else. And then I forget, was it Nick? It was Nick. No, it was Greg. That was Greg. Greg gets up and slaughters this guy. Did you review this? No. Did you have this? No. Did they give this to you? No. Did you have any of these documents? No. Did you know that they were subject to an IJ? No. Did you have anything at all about this? No.
It was a bit of a it was a massacre.
It was so brutal.
It's like, stop. He's already no, wait, keep going. Keep going. I want to watch.
Stop. Yep, don't stop. Don't stop. Because right now he's saying he didn't have shit. And then Craig goes, "Would they give you a bullet point list?" I was like, oh my God. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. So this is the dude that stood up in front of the jury and testified under oath that
this is also why you give everything to your experts, because otherwise
it's so bad.
You just get slaughtered on these moments.
So this dude stands up in front of the jury and testifies that J. Hatch is great based on a fucking bullet point sheet that was given to him the day before by J. Hatch's attorney.
You know, Runkle is great according to the bullet point list that I will give you from Runkle.
Yeah. And what was even better about this cross was, I don't know that you could file this motion without that cross. That cross and his admission that literally he was operating, and you know what? That was an own goal. We talked about this. J. Hatch, that was a fucking own goal. You do not put that witness up there. What the hell were you thinking? Are you out of your mind? Because of course he didn't have the info. And here's the thing. This is what stemmed from it. That witness opened the door to testimony that changed this trial. And you know who put that witness on? Not Maya. J Hatch. As an
J
expert.
Hatch, I mean, that was some clowning of themselves right there.
As an expert, they put. So that witness opened the door to this because that witness testified that no, they didn't have any of these records, none whatsoever, which we're going to get to. Were requested in discovery, but not turned over. And that witness gets slaughtered on the stand. And the judge, that leads the judge back and forth, like you're either lying to me, blah, blah, blah. We'll get there. Oh, sorry. Plaintiff's counsel has also interviewed witnesses to defense counsel's disparagement of the jurors related comments prior to bringing this motion, and has determined that under the Florida Bar Rules of Professional Conduct, the undersigned is left with no choice without committing an ethical infraction themselves. It's pretty good, Greg. Not bad. Plaintiff's counsel is bound to bring to the attention of this court the actions of the. Greg, I will say, choose a different typeface. Like this is it's tough reading.
Comic Sans.
It just not Comic Sans. It's just something that's just not the
Not this,
like
because this is
not, it's
slightly
tough
better
reading.
than Comic Sans, but
It's tough reading. Yeah. Plaintiff's counsel is bound to bring to the attention of this court the actions
not
of
Wingdings either.
defense- No. Involving direct and knowing misrepresentation of material facts. By the way, let me tell you how many times I've put this into a pleading in my career. Twice in 13 years have I ever put that phrase into a pleading. I went back and looked twice.
I think I've called the other side like lying about the facts on one occasion.
Yeah.
And it was, I ran it by like 3 other lawyers before I did.
Yeah, exactly. Like you go, I am not going to say this to a judge if it's not 100% right.
Like every once in a while, I'll go to you guys and be like, hey, I have a video I want to post. Tell me that it's not stupid. But like this was, I was running it by lawyers going, you know, I got to make sure this is not something fatal to my,
Yeah.
But yeah.
I will say, I will ask my group chat, like, is this video good content? But I will never send you guys anything I'm about to write to opposing counsel because I know what you're going to say. Because when I have ever sent you things that I have sent that are like spicy or like I went overboard, they're like, yeah, you should totally send that. No, y'all are bad. Like,
Well, there's a difference between you're saying like, if you're sending something that's like, hey, this is spicy and like, here's a spicy line. Is this not funny?
Yeah.
And it's already filed. Like, that's a different
That's
thing
fair.
than if you're saying, hey, is this too spicy? And I mean, usually, like, yeah, I think.
Ian, can you read for a second?
Where are we?
The issue of defendant.
Yes, the issue of defendant Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital status with the federal government and with the reviewing organization, the Joint Commission, responsible for reviewing hospital operations and the quality of patient care, was at the core of defense counsel's contumacious, there's a $10 word, scheme to bolster the reputation of the defendant and create a false impression that its actions and organizational culture had already been reviewed by the authorities with the most power to consider its risk management structure and patient safety record, and that JH's management, including risk management and patient safety record, were above reproach. Defense counsel fostered this false impression throughout the 19-week trial, first arguing to exclude the testimony of plaintiff's hospital management expert, to the contrary, based on the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services findings of immediate jeopardy and public reporting of the same, and then eliciting false testimony from the defendant's hospital management expert to the effect that the hospital was end of list, end of visible text.
End of visible text. But here's the thing. I am going to take criticism, and I'll tell Greg this directly. No fluff language. I don't like this. I do not like this.
You don't
Here's
like
the
contumacious?
No, let me translate. So here's the thing. So where we go here?
I'm just
The
going to say
issue-
you never send your judge to a thesaurus or a dictionary.
Exactly. Don't do that.
So
mad.
contumacious, love the word. Don't use it in the
Let-
filing.
Let judges use it. Let judges use it. You don't use it.
Yeah. This is the wrong time to show off your vocabulary, and it pisses judges off.
So it does. But well, Greg, I've had conversations with Greg. He knows that. Well, Greg's a really good guy. He's a lot of fun, and he's verbose. By verbose, I mean that I have a text message from him that I have to scroll for like doon to read through. It's a text message, just one.
You're like, why am I getting a 20-page text message?
It was kind of like that, but the guy's great, very kind, very sweet, and very motivated in this case in particular. What you want? It's what you want for your attorney. So the
I
issue of
haven't spoken
defendant.
to him, but I have been impressed by what he's pulled off here, and
Oh yeah,
that he went
yeah.
to bat in a situation where a lot of other people would have been like, no.
Yeah, I mean he took a whole lot of heat for this.
He deserves
The
the yacht he's
issue-
going to be able to buy at the end of it.
when they pay. Yeah. The issue of Jay Hatch's status with the federal government and with the reviewing organization, the Joint Commission responsible for reviewing hospital operations and the quality of patient care, was at the core of the defense counsel's. Here's where you stop. Judges appreciate more than I have given credit for, in my past. I have now realized that they really do appreciate. Just say what you're saying. Just say what you're saying. Just say it. Don't try to make it pretty. Just say it. Defendant passed off Jay Hatch as being completely above board with an expert to try and give that credibility to the jury. And they did that with the intention, knowing that the information was false, that they had given that expert, knowing that it would be intentionally misleading to a jury. Just say that. Just say that.
Yep.
So much easier. Just say that. Defense counsel fostered this false impression through the 9-week trial. First, arguing to exclude testimony on plaintiff's hospital management expert to the contrary, based on the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services findings and immediate. Wow, I love what we're saying. I don't like how we're saying it, guys. Just more concise. Defendant's counsel sought to exclude testimony by plaintiff's hospital management expert based on bullshit findings that they hid from the court. That's what it says. After maintaining this position before the court and the jury, through the elicitation of false testimony and direct misrepresentations of material fact. See, I don't have a problem with this. I will usually be very cautious of ever using that phrase.
You got to be real. It's one of those things of, if you're going to pull that trigger, you better not miss.
I don't think this is a miss, though.
I don't think it is, but you still got to be absolutely certain that it's not before you pull the trigger.
For me, this is not a miss. For me, and the judge saw it too.
I don't
This is
think it's
not
a miss under these circumstances. I'm just saying as a general rule. It's
Oh, HB, I don't disagree with you. Greg is a wordsmith. He's earned the right to use extensive vocabulary. Yeah. He and I will spar over the vocabulary a lot, and we'll have fun poking fun at each other.
it's not
kind of-
about the right, it's just about what's most effective.
Yeah, exactly.
And the thing
every
is
now and
that
then-
often if you hit like when you use a word that people don't know,
it's tough.
they often don't look it up. They just read
It-
over it.
It interrupts. It interrupts the reading.
And sometimes they'll swap in some other word that so
Yep.
yeah.
Now, the reverse is true for judges, because I made the comment about a judge can use that.
Oh,
'Cause when
judges
a
will do
judge-
it all the time because judges
when a
like
judge-
to show off.
And when they give an order, like it is completely appropriate and expected that we're going to read that and then like pause, be like, thesaurus. Pull it out and
Well,
be like,
I mean,
this word.
there was one judge who commented, he said basically the day I became a judge, suddenly I was the funniest person alive because every time I make a joke, everyone laughs.
No,
And it's,
I
you know,
I'm sorry. If it, judge, whoever you are, all the judges that I love, if I don't laugh at your joke, I don't laugh at those jokes. I don't. I'm sorry. I don't do that. Like,
this guy was being entirely like self-effacing about it. Like he knows that he's not
it's
funny.
yeah.
He's just like, he's basically was calling bullshit on the defense on like the criminal bar for laughing at his shit when he's like, I know it's not funny. Don't, you know?
Yeah. So after maintaining this position before the court and jury through the elicitation of false testimony and direct misrepresentation of material fact, that's a fucking phrase, man. I think they have it, but that's tough. Then after a ream of documents were discovered, Greg, by the way, a ream of documents is a quantifiable numbers. I think a ream is 5,000 pages. So just careful in the future. Were discovered to be in defense counsel's possession, proving the contrary.
It's
Defense counsel
500. But
500. Sorry.
I was going to say 5,000. That's a lot of.
No, 500. It's like it's how they packs of paper, like they quantify them in reams of paper.
Yeah.
So that could be more or less than you're thinking. I think that what you're
It's
trying to
probably
describe
less.
is it's less. Like you were describing a box of documents, because that was what I understood it to be. In
That said,
possession,
ream
proving
also has
contrary.
the colloquial meaning of just lots.
I'm just teasing. Let me tease him.
No,
Why? I will.
because it's funny to tease you.
That's also fair. That's fair. Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that. Defense counsel reluctantly admitted under questioning by this court that the documents reflecting the true status of J. Hatch's organizational structure and patient safety record were withheld from the hospital management expert and never disclosed to the plaintiffs. Yeah, it's that part. It's that part. It's when the judge put him to the screws and said, do you have it or not? Does it exist or not? I don't like the floral language here, but I will say, next paragraph, we clear it up a lot. Next paragraph gets a lot better. The court confronted defense counsel over the withholding of the material information from the defense expert and the elicitation of false testimony resulting from defense counsel's actions in questioning. Here's the thing. When you do something like this, when you say that the court made this call out, you better be right. If
You
the
also,
court,
I usually would want to cite to that.
well, they do. This is direct quotes from the
Yeah.
transcript. Yeah,
That's the thing is you do want to be right and you want to be able to prove that you're right.
Yep.
Because sometimes the court forgets.
Oh, they do. So you remind them of their words, and you don't, when in the preview, you don't mischaracterize what the words mean. And that was something J Hatch did quite a bit in their motions. They would say, the court said this, and they would quote the court. It was like, well, that's not really what that says. This is different. So the court, Judge Carroll, let me ask it this. Let me cut you off. Did you even provide witness Mr. Anderson with any of this information that we've been discussing since Wednesday afternoon? Mr. Hunter, yes, sir, we sent. The court, he was provided the information? Question. Because we had an issue with what was produced to Mr. Anderson. Witness, Mr. Anderson. So I want you to be very clear about what was specifically produced to witness Mr. Anderson. Very, very specifically. Ian, those words are I am scared. Like if a judge is saying that to me,
That is time to be very, very concerned.
because it's like very, very specifically.
That's a very, very good time to be on the phone with like your insurance provider.
Or a very, very good time to look back at your staff and be like, give me the fucking documents now. I need to know everything. Or to say, Judge, I need 5 minutes with my staff. Like the judge is going to give it to you. He's going to give it to you because he asked you a very direct question. Mr. Hunter, since Wednesday.
Happy birthday, granddaughter.
Yeah, happy birthday, granddaughter. We're being spicy today. Nancy D, happy birthday to your granddaughter. 18th birthday today. Cheers. Happy birthday. Mr. Hunter repeats, since Wednesday. Well, that's not a good way to answer the judge. He was sent the certificates. And this is how you know you are in hot fucking water. God, this is where Anderson does good. Like, Greg, here's the thing. Send what you're thinking as far as verbiage to, I'm going to say Nick, because Nick and I, similar thought process, like bullet point. Let him revise the verbiage. But all the quotes that you want to grab, you keep these right where they are. So, Mr. Hunter, since Wednesday, he was sent these certificates, ... The court, I don't care what happened since Wednesday. At the time he testified to this jury, had the defense even provided any of the information that we've been discussing since Wednesday? Well, shit nuggets, we are in trouble. Mr. Hunter, may I ask Mr. Shapiro to address that, Your Honor? Let me allow my junior co-counsel to step in front of the fucking 50 cal that's pointed at him. This is brutal. Mr. Shapiro, do you want to step into the breach here? Mr. Shapiro, well, only to the extent that he was provided hospital policies and procedures. Yes, sir. Ho, 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 ho. That's one way of saying what the court highlights next. The court, that doesn't answer my question. You see how when we say like in court, you hear something and then when you read it on transcript, it looks different. This is a lot more direct. Like these hit. Mr. Shapiro, quote, I did not provide him Joint Commission surveys. No. So I don't know if he looked at anything online, but to my knowledge, no. My understanding of his test, well, just to explain, my understanding of his testimony, Your Honor, is that the fact that the hospital was being operated at the time meant that they had gone through joint accreditation surveys. That was the simple basis of the statement that he volunteered. The court didn't even provide the information. Okay, what's next, Mr. Hunter? It's a whole lot of wow. Have you, Ian, when was the last time that you felt that uncomfortable in a courtroom?
I hope never to.
you have to have been caught like with your pants down at least once.
I don't think this bad.
You know, that might be fair. I don't know that I've ever like
I mean,
I've never-
I had one where the judge was very, very pissed at me because I would
Yeah.
not. So I told the judge I had to get off record, and the judge said, I need to know why. And I said, well, it's a conflict issue. I've got a conflict of interest. I can't tell you why. And the judge was very, very upset with me and wanted me to answer the question. And I just kept saying, I can't answer this. It's a conflict.
You can't do it on the record.
And so she basically, she pressed me for a while. And I was like, the case law is clear. I don't have to answer this question. Once it's a conflict, it's a conflict. That's where we're at. And she was super unhappy. And so she directed that I stay behind to basically so that she could chew me out once everyone else was gone. And I was crapping myself, but then she did grant my request to get off record because she had to. That's what the case law is clear on.
It's the law.
Anyway, the client went ahead and spoke to his matter, and in the process made it super clear. So yeah, it once that happened, she was like, "We're good. You don't need to you don't need to stick around anymore. I understand."
Well, and we talked about this before, where it's a very uncomfortable thing for younger attorneys to do. But you have a job. When the judge is not giving you a ruling, like when the judge is playing wishy-washy, well, this is how I'm thinking about it. Judge, I need a ruling. And the judge is going to grill you. They're going to be mean. They're going to talk down to you. They're going to do all the things. But that's the job. You have to do it. You have to force the issue.
I also had one where the judge was trying to press me to withdraw my objection to something. And it was like, Mr. Runkle, you withdraw your objection. I said, no, I maintain my objection. I understand the court's ruling, but I maintain my objection. And the judge just kept insisting that I was going to withdraw my objection. And I was like, no. And I said something along the lines of, if the court requests, is going to insist, I'm going to request a mistrial. And the so the judge was like, well, I'm not giving you your mistrial. And I was like, well, okay, then stop asking. And the judge eventually, I won that trial. And I think part of the reason why I won that trial was to avoid the appeal issue that was created.
It's possible. That's definitely possible. Steve A, the court, that didn't answer my question. Yeah, by the way, those words a lawyer never wants to hear. Like when a lawyer looks back or when a judge looks back at you, Mr. Runkle, that didn't answer my question.
Yeah.
You're like, well, that was intentional because, well, you know why I didn't and couldn't. So, Katrina Turner, I want to see Greg as a judge. Spicy rulings. There's a judge on the bench in Fairfax that's kind of like a thinker, talker, and I can see that being fun and not fun at the same time. Grace Cat Queen question. Rob, has JHatch put the judgment amount into escrow yet? Don't they need to do that before the appeals? They need to post a bond. The bond can be posted on the property they have. They have property sufficient to secure the bond, so I don't think the bond's going to be a problem. Arla7247, does Leo have a Hardy? No, Leo has all of the other things that he can chew. Azam, thank you for the
Hardys
super
are not
sticker.
for chewing.
Azam, glad to see you here, my dear. I hope you have a wonderful day. I know it's morning time for you. Get off to it. Enjoy the day. Enjoy the weekend. Canonical Heat, if you parse those swoops over the entirety of the whole stream, it works out, quote, perfectly. That's a Light Queen. I'm currently working on a set of dice for Ian. Look at that.
Oh, awesome.
Azam, hey Rob, Ian, and David. Today's my 5th day of Ramadan, our fasting month. I like your hair tonight, Rob. That was unintentional. That was caused by Sam Bankman-Fried. I blame him entirely. I wanted to rip it out. So I'm glad that there's still a bunch here, because that was not comfortable moments. Thank you for your time. Thank you for being here, Azam. Much appreciated. Gotcha, the Frankfurter. Nearly 5 a.m. in Germany. Had to go outside to hear the birds sing to make me feel better. Hug a friend this weekend, guys. Yeah, I made a comment last weekend. You weren't here. I said, I made the comment to say, go make something you'll feel better.
Yep.
Last weekend, I extended that. I said, go make something you'll feel better. And if making something means making a friend and extending an olive branch where you otherwise wouldn't, that's making something too.
I was about to say, I've never heard you say that.
No, I said the last part last weekend when you weren't here. You were at your meetup. Allegiant News, Sam donated to Stanford. Maybe time for a clawback. Oh, there's clawbacks coming. Rachel Mills, Rob, can I email you an AI-generated fan fiction I had made shipping Elizabeth Holmes and SBF? Bonding over soup in court cafeteria. It's a yes. You can email me and also copy Ian. Ian, do you want to give your email or the no? You don't have to.
Is it fan fiction or slash fiction? Because that's an important determination.
It's fan fiction. She said fan fiction. So forward it to me. I'll forward it to Ian. I promise.
My email's on my about page, but
yeah. Wendy Wilkinson, thank you for being a member.
But please
Nick
no
Loss.
slash fiction.
Nick Loss, thanks for getting memberships. Much appreciated. Kathy at Oz, question: wouldn't they need a professional examination for proof? I don't know. It's possible. Rhapsody in Blue 111. PSA: Hans Asperger was a German official in World War II. I didn't know that. That's a very interesting fact.
Yeah, it's there's a big movement to move away from using his name for the
spectrum,
just
like ASD, autism spectrum disorder. Yeah, I've been saying spectrum or spectrum close or spectrum adjacent, something like that. Like that's what I usually refer to.
Yeah, just
to be fair, the pleading itself said the term.
Yep, I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm
just read the pleading. That's it. So, moving on in the J-Hatch, what became clear after the defendant was compelled to produce the documents it had withheld was that J-Hatch had been placed in immediate jeopardy for its patient safety and risk management failures, and that CMS, AHCA, and the Joint Commission had each made findings regarding the organizational features at J-Hatch. Well, that's a fucking problem because that sounds like it would have been relevant. Further, the concealed documents clearly showed that J-Hatch's senior management recognized the cultural failures it took deliberate steps to counter J-Hatch's culture of fear and retribution that exacted swift punishment on hospital employees who spoke up on behalf of patients who had been harmed at J-Hatch. Greg, you're going to freaking hate me for this. Small sentences. Boom, 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 boom. And this is maybe me just interpreting, and Judge Carroll is a bullet point judge. Judge Carroll is not a paragraph judge. There are paragraph judges and bullet point judges. Paragraph judges like the story. Bullet point judges like the bullet points. Carroll has and always will be a bullet point judge. I diagnosed that from the first time I ever saw him. He's a bullet point judge. When he says what's going on, you go boom, 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 boom.
Also, you should always just write for judges like you're writing for a toddler who's a very well-educated toddler, but a toddler who is overdue for a nap and a meal.
I'm not going to say that out loud about the judge I'm in front. Well, I'm not in front of this judge, but honestly, I don't disagree with that assessment. Like you make it so easily readable that no matter what stage of exhaustion they're in, they can read it. Don't
Well,
make
and the
them
other
read the
thing is-
sentence twice.
Everyone's lost a matter because the judge misread their shit.
Yep.
Don't make it easy to misread your shit. Make it really, really hard. You know,
And I
So-
will here's what I will tell you this. This is the mantra of the criminal defense attorney more than anything else, because criminal defense attorneys file motion after motion after motion, and the judge knows because they've read 9 million of these fucking things through their career. They know what it's going to say. So it's better for the criminal defense attorney to file a motion that says pre-sentence release, right? Just 2 sentences, and then argue your point in court. But if you write anything more than that, like if you give the judge a sonnet, they're not going to fucking read it. If anything, they're more inclined to deny it. That's something that took me 13 years to fucking learn. I mean, it took me long enough, but I did learn it. You don't have to be pretty with your language. Be direct. Imagine that judge is reading this at 9 o'clock at night when they get home after a full day and putting their kids to bed. If you are writing a sentence that you have to read 3 times to understand, that judge put that down. No, I want the judge to read boom, 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 boom. I want the judge to pick up his cell phone, open it on his phone before he goes to bed and go, well, shit, I need to make a note, forward to his law clerk.
you want to make it easy for the judge to agree with you.
Yes. Boom, boom, boom. Evie, thoughts and prayers in the chat for poor SBF. Well, prayers. Indeed. Going on. And by the way, people are going to rip on, the comments are going to slaughter me. I know they are. They're going to say, you're ripping on Greg Anderson. Greg Anderson and I are fine. We're friends. We're fine. We have a fun, like we're friends. It's cool. He would laugh at me when I'm saying this, and he probably will when I do. Oh. Different styles. Just is what it is. Further, the concealed documents clearly show Jay Hatch, blah, blah, blah. We read that. Jay Hatch's corporate representative, Angela Green, testified that the cultural failures spanned at least 5 years back from the immediate jeopardy findings, including the time span of Maya Kowalski's admission, and that Jay Hatch's interim CEO had independently validated the reports of retaliation and retribution directed at good faith actors within the organization. By misleading the jury and the court, I would have about the defendant's accreditation status and compliance with patient safety mandates, and by sanitizing the information given to its expert witness and then eliciting false testimony through the same expert, defense counsel was in clear violation of Florida rules of professional conduct. That's solid. I don't hate that. A second basis involves the statements to defense counsel disparaging the jurors and the Kowalski family upon rendition of the verdict, as well as those public comments of defense counsel further disparaging the jurors and the court in the days and weeks following the verdict. Yeah, this was so stupid. Defense counsel referred to the Kowalskis in these outbursts as, quote, scumbags, and the jurors as 6 people from the bus stop. What? I mean,
Oh, it was such
2
a
months.
stupid thing.
Oh my God, it was so dumb. Like, just dunk on yourself more. And you know what? Reddit loved it. Reddit loved it. This judge might not. 2 months after the verdict, defense counsel disparaged the court through the local media as reported in the Tampa Bay Times. Pro tip. If you are a lawyer, maybe, hypothetically, lead by example, don't talk shit on the judges you appear in front of about cases they just heard. Just saying. Like, just might avoid. Would be wise. Quote, despite Tuesday's ruling, Ethan Shapiro, co-lead counsel for All Children's, said the hospital still plans to appeal the court's decision for as long as necessary. In a statement released Wednesday, he said, quote, the court had failed to grasp the complex medical, child safety, and legal issues in the case. Any fair and unbiased review of the facts and the law in this case completely vindicates the care provided by the experts at J. Hatch. Shapiro said in the statement, it is a sad indictment of the judicial process in this case that those facts were, and this is a quote, concealed and that the law was misrepresented to the jury. Well, those were statements that I would have very much no, because that says who is the one that lays out the law for the jury? That's the judge. The judge says, jury, this is the law as I instruct you. You are to follow that and not any other comments or interpretation of the law. What I read to you is the law. And Ethan Shapiro just was like, oh, judge, like misrepresented that. So that's a statement itself. Defense counsel's public statements disparaging the court and the jurors, coupled with defense counsel's loud, profane outbursts while exiting the courtroom after the verdict by the plaintiff and the jury is a violation of the rules of professional conduct. That's fair. Going on. The Florida Supreme Court's interest in ensuring judicial refers to the Florida bar resolved correctly is demonstrated by the Supreme Court October 2020 rule change, which now requires any judicial refer to the bar that does not result in a finding of probable cause or the filing of formal complaint to be submitted for review and approved by the Supreme Court. Oh shit, there's an appellate review required? Wow. Okay. That's intense. Referral of these matters to the Florida State Bar also makes practical sense. This court has neither the time nor the resources to do the necessary thorough review of these serious matters to arrive at as a result that is correct for the lawyers concerning and for our civil justice system. The Florida Bar has those resources. So literally this is my referral to the bar. Cite this MFR. Go at it. I don't hate it.
I don't hate it, but I'm not super enamored with some of it.
Writing. I'm not keen on the writing. Do you think some of it's overreach?
Some of it is, if I'm doing something like this, I'm doing a lot of quoting and I'm being very gentle with, I'm being subtle. Like you can, if you've got the aces, you can, you can undersell.
I think they picked the right. If you're going to make that argument, they picked the right part of the trial to do it. That was my concern, was you don't do this as a shotgun approach, right? You don't pick all the things and say, these were all the mischaracterizations. You focus on one thing. Yeah. That's why I like it. Like they focus on one thing, this misrepresentation. And that back and forth between the judge and Hunter and Shapiro, that's a pretty solid. That's a pretty solid highlight. Like that's a pretty big one. Like the judge is going to have a question if the judge goes like, I don't want to do this. So I think we're kind of solid here. Yeah. All right. So let me catch up on super chats and we're going to get out of here. Some are going to be off topic. It is way late for my mods and way late for me and Ian. Ian, I told you not to come on the stream. Let the record reflect. Let the record reflect. Please confirm. Acknowledged. I told you to rest.
It's accurate. All right, I will go to bed,
Go to bed.
or at
Get
least
rest.
I
Try.
don't know if I'll be able to sleep quite yet, but I might go and play some video games or something.
I know what happens. What happens after these streams?
I will let you
is
get through super chats though.
You're awake. You're going to be awake for another hour and a half because you're going to be amped from this discussion, etc. But I want you to rest, man. Like you're sick. Get some rest.
I will.
I'm sick.
All right, I will catch you later. Cheers.
My buddy.
Bye.
Okay. So we're going to swoop the super chats. I blew my nose before he was off stream. So I think I've got some good in me. What? Rob doesn't say things about people. No, I about Greg. No, Greg is no, he funny. I said this to his face. We laugh about it. Actually, like I joke about it all the time about the language he chooses, the arguments he makes, and how Judge Carroll just it's like, man, you guys, you have different languages. Like Greg, you do not speak Judge Carroll's language. He laughs about it. We both do. No, I don't talk shit about people behind their back. And honestly, most litigators, we will joke about each other all the time. We have fun with it. For us, it's there's an art to it. It's something fun. It's fun and it's not. We're doing serious stuff, but you have to appreciate the art of that. And appreciate other artists that do it a little different than you. So it's a really fun thing to do. Okay, catching up. Cachette. As a media person, allow me to say, nice rack. Well, I didn't see that coming. As in your rack focus, blurry background. Yeah, I get the blurry background. Yeah, I focused in. AG, I made it during my lunch break, transcribing a 5-hour-long corporate depot. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. But sending love from Washington. As for allergies, I'm allergic to mammal meat and I am celiac. So better hay fever than that. That is completely fair. So with you, my friend, I take back the vegan because that vegan sounds like the right avenue. Mod Princess 916. So I am recovering from literal brain surgery due to something on the back of my eye near the brain. Wow. Like a mass? I'm sorry, that's terrible. It's also my 31st birthday. Mod Princess. Happy 31. 30 and flirty. 30 and enjoy your life. 30s are a really cool time. As I'm closing them out this year, probably some of the most change that you're going to experience in your life. Good, bad, all the above, but focus on the good. So cheers to you, my dear. Enjoy your 31st birthday. I please hope the recovery goes quickly and that you are back in the fun part of life faster than you know it. Thank you. Cora Savage, baseball. What is this baseball of which you speak? Now, dodgeball, on the other hand, is a sport of kings. After all, if you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. I would love to relay that joke to Mini Mischiefs 1 and 2 from time to time, but I think that results in a report to CPS. No, I know that results in a report to CPS. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball. Maybe a padded, like just like the foam one, like just. That's a fun thought from time to time. ABT, K-Rab, as someone whose face is swollen so you can barely see and looked like a bum, a burn victim, I'm sorry. Steroid shots help. I didn't know that they would help with poison ivy. Interesting. Zach Edwards, late. TDY, allergies, terrible. And Australia or Austria? Australia. AUSAU. Australia. Shit week. I'm sorry. I hope the show made it better. I hope you had fun. Nancy D, my son was 10 years old and had a tick on his private part and had to have it cut out with, oh my God. Had to cut out with being so embarrassed. He's now 37, the pain he had to go through. Holy crap. That's a lot. I don't wish that on any person. A tick on his private parts and had to cut it out. Nancy, I am sorry as a mother that you had to watch that. And I'm sorry for your son that had to go through that. That's a whole lot. Mary Coppola, it's like the CFO who was reading from the screen during the Maya trial. We saw it. Oh, we did. There's a lot of screen reading. Light Queen, I hate to admit it, but I actually remember the hard disk that came before the floppy. Floppy came first. Wait. Was there a hard disk before? I remember the cards. Like my parents showed me the cards, the data cards. They had to. I remember the story of my mom like running to the what's the machine? You had to put the cards in the machine the certain way. The IBM, the old IBMs. And the horror stories of people that would, and that was everyone would learn you had to write the numbers on the top right corner, like to paginize them, because if you fell and that fell out of order, your entire program went to shit. My mom had that happen once, and that was when she learned to write the numbers. But I don't remember the other disc. I don't. Wait, hang on. Chat's gonna scold me here for a second. Punch cards. They were the punch cards. Yeah, but you had to have they had to be in order. Yeah, that was what I was saying. It's 5.5 inch floppy first, and 3.5 inch hard disks. But did they have the record size discs? But yeah, the punch cards, like there are horror stories from several young academics in like undergrad who were running to class or running to go and put that in and would fall, and the punch cards would then just, and you're fucked. There ain't, nope, Humpty Dumpty fell off the wall. There's no fucking hope. Not a chance. So all you have to do is make that mistake once. Yeah. So that was that. Thanks, Mom. That was a great story. I like that. I remember, and what's great is the fear you see in your parents' eyes, reliving that really has an impact on you. When you see your parents articulating how the cards spilled out, and you can see the fear transform in their eyes. Oh, baby. You're like, oh yeah, okay, I get it. Now I get it. That's like I'm typing something like a whole Word document. I made like page 50, and then it just disappears. Fair. Totally get it. Yep. Cora Savage. The headings are the titles in the Hulu Netflix special based on Sam's story. So I would watch it. Mary Coppola, a bit conned on Netflix. Ooh, 4 New York City young Italian guys start a company and get caught. True story, and you see the real people in this. David's character is real. No. Bit conned on Netflix. All right. I'm going to check that out. That's going to be fun. Tina, it's like he's been studying his whole life to manipulate numbers and steal money. Maybe. Sarah New, SBF should be sentenced to working minimum wage and living within those means. Not special. Don't disagree. Improv Man, wait, it said he found joy in an MIT puzzle hunt. I know, it said it various times. Christine D, Sam cares more about animals than people. It appears that way. Noor KD, screw this up. Anhedonia is a severe loss of pleasure that can be a sign of depression. If you need mental health help, please reach out to someone you trust. Yes. Period. End of story. One, I always advocate for people to have someone that they can contact, presumably, hopefully a professional, that you have an ongoing relationship with, where if you experience an issue, concern, something about your behavior, even if something that like gave you pleasure all the time, gave you happiness all the time, just stops. It's not hard to reach out. Just please seek help. Please do. LJ Peach, a combination of Robin Hood and Peter Pan syndrome. Just a bit. Trace Fagan, middle school baseball and bubble gum, right? Yeah, the bubble yum, the granulated stuff that looked like chew. Yeah, that was great. I talk about Bruno. What did I just walk into this evening? A lot of yelling and very upset people. Just because, mama, papa, bro, I just want you to have the best things in life at the expense of everyone else in the world. That is Sam Bankman-Fried. Legion News, eugenics can solve pandemic. No people, no pandemic. Oh my God. That was in reference to Sam Bankman-Fried's brother, who was advocating for eugenics. Apple Jam PB, but it was just a sad condo like the Poors have. He didn't own the whole building. See, you made me mad again. Robin, the ADR Pro. I'm so glad the crap gods in the chat. Pixie, I saw you. I cheers you. You're in bed. You said you were in bed a while ago. Hopefully you are asleep. Hope you're doing well. Corey was the perfect antidote to SBF, and he gives us hope. Yes, Corey was the pirate that didn't steal from everybody. Corey was the pirate that gave and gave willingly and lovingly from his heart. God bless, young man. God bless. I hope those C's are treating you well. Corey and SBF are nothing alike. So, cheers to you, Corey. And fair sailing. Enjoy. Yeah, no, those two shouldn't be in the same sentence, but yeah, Pixie's a great person. A lot of fun. A lot of fun. Good person. Great mom. I talk about Bruno. He had an adenia, Rob. I get a lot of what is being said. I just feel like it's a mischaracterization of the argument being made. Lady O'Grady, it's not lies, but alternative facts. That's fair. Lady Drake, EDB, felt a disturbance in the force. She appeared when I was most angry. Mispronounced name, only pleasure he ever felt was when eating meat. SPF eats his cellmate in how long? I've got 89 months. Oh my God. Just because maybe he got HelloFresh, Rob. Maybe he got Green Chef. I don't know. HelloFresh, I enjoy. I use it. I forget to cancel it when I don't cook it. Just because maybe he heard to reheat the takeout sometimes. I don't know. Maybe. SF. If just one of these things were true, it makes this worse because he did it just to hurt people and most likely destroy the rest of their lives. That was my problem. How does any of these make any of this better? Like none of these statements helped. Tracy Fagan, then he should enjoy the ensuite in jail. Yeah, you can poop in his cell. You don't have privacy, but you can poop in your cell. Bop it. Sam is Sam's only remorseful that he was caught. That he wasn't given the opportunity to fix it all. It's the NPD shit. That is the behavioral stuff. Like it wasn't that I was caught. It wasn't that what I was doing was wrong. It was that you just didn't give me enough time to fix it. That's the problem I've been having with this the whole time. It's not like I'm caught, I'm busted, I'm screwed. Oh my gosh, what I did was wrong. It's your problem. You didn't give me enough time to fix it. I don't like that. That's bullshit. Fat Yoga, Ian just broke Rob with the lotion. He did. Bop it. Taylor Swift was financially smart enough to decline, which is why she is an actual billionaire. I think more times over now. Heather, he didn't mean to rip off all those people. It was an accident. How could he possibly have seen this coming? He was only a math whiz. Facepalm. Yep. LJ Peach. Kiss method. Keep it simple, stupid. My gosh, nothing more beautiful sometimes. Blue Cat. Will Lawyers and Dragons ever come back? I loved watching. I certainly hope so. I really do. So much fun. So much fun and so positive for everybody. Jeremy Morton, that's my style too. Lots of quotes. Neutral. F me. Neutral for me. Oh, comments. Yeah, I do direct. I've gone away from like the long linguistic stuff and more towards like boom, boom, boom. Caitlin Moore, great stream. Love a birthday stream. Mine, happy birthday, Caitlin. Cheers to you. Happy birthday to you. May the next year of your life be the best year of your life thus far. And may every year thereafter continue in that direction. The Disability Diva. Rob, you can now use Botox to treat your allergies. I didn't know that. Just the congestion is, why is it at night? Why does it come back at night? Why is it like right here, right now? Because I like 90% of the stream, I was fine. But it's now like just Elise Charlene Fine Art. Speaking about seeing parents' fear, I remember talking to my mother about the time I had scarlet fever and almost died. Yeah, that's the other part. Like watching a parent really be afraid after their child, that changes you a little bit because you realize there's an old saying like difference between a son and a daughter, right? Was I would do anything for my son, I would kill for my daughter, or vice versa. Male, female, doesn't matter. Parents will do just about anything to eliminate any pain that their child faces. Like if they could have a device that would take that pain and put that into them, no matter what the pain was, they would do it. And that's something really fucking cool about parents. And it's biological. It's not something like you can't reproduce that psychologically. You can't put conditions in front of somebody where they would do the same thing. It's something that I don't know. I've never seen it produced or reproduced psychologically, but biologically, male, female, I don't care. Mother, dad, whoever it is, what they would do for their child. I ain't standing between it. No chance. I'll try to navigate the energy in a positive direction, but I'm not standing between it. Azam, you look sleepy, Rob. Your eyes are barely open. That's a lot of allergy right now. Like there's a whole lot that's like up here, like right here, right now. That's killing me. I hope you have a nice rest after this. Have a great weekend, Rob. Thank you very much, Azam. Thank you for being here. Hope you have a great day. AG, the audacity trying to argue for no loss of assets. What the fuck do you think his counsel was thinking? And how likely is it that SBF more or less forces them? I don't know. I don't know. Someone's going to screen grab or clip the. I knew it was coming. Just reading it, you could feel where the argument was going. You're not going to do it. Please, you're not going to do it. You're not really going to do it. You're not really going to make the argument that no, we just don't have to look at this massive amount of money that he's saying don't touch. Because, no one was hurt. And every part of it just got worse and worse and worse. And every time I just knew it was coming. I was waiting for the line, and go figure. It was the first line of that last paragraph. And I lost my shit. It's one of those things you see coming because you see the writing on the wall as a lawyer. You read enough of this stuff. Holy crap, that was bad. I'm a vegetarian because allergies, not a vegan. I'm not that obnoxious. I don't mean to disparage vegans who actually like I get it. I understand the reason why people are vegans. I can't process that internally because I am a meat eater, a cheese eater, eggs, bacon, all of it. So I just won't ever understand that much of it, but I don't hate it. Like we just can't eat together. That's it. So uh J. Michael RN, Rob, check into Neti Pot nasal lavage for allergies. I will. I like I said, I've never had them. They've never been that bad. This season is killing me though. I don't get it. So yeah, for those of you guys asking, yes, it's 2 a.m. for me. This is probably nope, 5:13, 5 hours and 13 minutes. Probably one of my longer streams I've had in a while. So without further ado, we are going to wrap for this evening. I told you 2 topics, and I promised I was going to get through them. I promised I was going to get through them. I had promised you guys a while back. And that leads me to one more thing. There's a promise I made to a bunch of the members of the channel. You will be receiving an email. A lot of you guys. And keep an eye on the community notes. I'm going to be posting a link for people so that I can get caught up on some things that I really did promise people. So please keep an eye out. It's important to me. Life has been very overwhelming, but I very much want to fulfill that obligation, and I'm going to. On the membership stuff. It's been a very, very wild past few months. And I didn't foresee being here at all. And by the grace of the friendships I have and all of you lovely people, and I include a lot of you, almost all of you as friends, people I get to talk to every day, well, at least once a week and hang out with and ramble, talk about cases, and have fun. So without further ado, keep an eye on the community notes, especially if you're a member. Cheers to all of you. Please thank the mods. Hug them on your way out. Give them some love. Thank you guys for being here. Happy Friday to all of you. Happy weekend. We've got some freaking weekend hair. There we go. We got the weekend hedgehog hair. There we go. So we got some weekend hair going on. We got some weekend stuff going on. Get some rest. Enjoy your life. Get out there. Make something. You'll feel better. And if making something is making a friend, do that too. So cheers to all of you. Thanks to the mods. Thank you guys. I will catch you on the next one. I've got a members only coming up soon. By the way, you'll see a thumbnail posted. I don't know what day it's going to be posted, but that 200K celebration members only stream of the disbarment of the attorney that hired me first. Yeah, that's the next members only. So that'll be a read through. So cheers to all of you. Wonderful evening. Enjoy the time that you have with your family. Get out there, make something, you'll feel better. And until next time, find the outro, Rob. My gosh, where is it? It's been so long. Where's the outro? Oh, there it is. Good night, guys. Cheers.